The Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Don Duncan, Tree of Life Church in New Braunfels, Texas. Please rise in the gallery.
Thank you. Thank you for the honor and privilege of leading this prayer. Thank you, Senator Campbell, for the invitation. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for another opportunity to gather together to make a difference in the lives of the people of this great state. I pray for each representative that has been charged with the awesome responsibility of helping lead. May they do so with integrity, compassion, and sacrifice. Each one has been given by you gifts, abilities, and experiences that help them fulfill this sacred office. Give them wisdom beyond their natural knowledge and understanding. Give them courage to stand for what is right. Give them a conviction that they are here not to serve their own interests, but the interests of the people of the state. Father, I ask that you help them lead this state well. Help them make decisions that will bring protection, prosperity, respect, and dignity, cooperation, and unity. Help them steward the people and resources with compassion, creativity, and innovation, so we may all live a more blessed life. May they also find joy in serving. There's so much stress, so much pressure, so much sacrifice in serving at this level. So strengthen them, encourage them, help them to find the rest they need in you. Help them find the peace that comes, and help them find the comfort that only you can give. And as these dedicated men and women who are charged with this incredible responsibility and leading all of us in this great state, lead us forward today and into our tomorrows, may they remember you are always there. It is you, God, who goes before us, making a way where there seems to be no way. May your word be our guiding light, and may your Holy Spirit be our traveling companion. May God bless each and every one. May God bless these United States of America, and may God bless Texas. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Duncan. Please be seated. Oh, the chair recognizes Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members. It is my special honor to welcome my pastor, Pastor Don Duncan, who just gave the prayer. He's the senior pastor of Tree of Life, and he and his wife are present. Jessamy Duncan, over to the right. Jessamy, if you'd stand up. They not only have the church in New Braunfels, but they have a sister mission church named Arbo de Vida in Leon, Guanajuato. Her heart is also in missions in India. We also have with us in the gallery Pastor Eric Gonzalez and San Juanita Gonzalez. Stand up for me if you would. We welcome you. Pastor Duncan, we are very honored to have you. May your ministry continue. Members, help me welcome Pastor Don Duncan.
Members, if there is no objection, would like to postpone the further reading and referral bills to the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
SJR 2, SJR 85, Senate Bill 60, Senate Bill 231, Senate Bill 523, Senate Bill 565, Senate Bill 627, Senate Bill 670, Senate Bill 706, Senate Bill 739, Senate Bill 764, Senate Bill 896, Senate Bill 917, Senate Bill 963, Senate Bill 971, Senate Bill 991, Senate Bill 1184, Senate Bill 1220, Senate Bill 1252, Senate Bill 1255, Senate Bill 1261, Senate Bill 1283, Senate Bill 1371, Senate Bill 1383, Senate Bill 1455, Senate Bill 1728, Senate Bill 1733, Senate Bill 1762, Senate Bill 1804, Senate Bill 1814, Senate Bill 1816, Senate Bill 1883, Senate Bill 1952, Senate Bill 1968, Senate Bill 2068, Senate Bill 2185, Senate Bill 2383. House Bill 694, House Bill 923, House Bill 1875, House Bill 1893, House Bill 2071, House Bill 2513, House Bill 2522, House Bill 2788, House Bill 3033, House Bill 3211, House Bill 3376, House Bill 3751, House Bill 3810, House Bill 4219, House Bill 4506, House Bill 4529, House Bill 4643, House Bill 4753, House Bill 5424, HCR 90, HCR 98.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman to introduce Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. My honor to welcome back the Doctor of the Day, Dr. Jorge Duchisela from the city of Weimar in Colorado County. Dr. Duchisela is second time serving as Doctor of the Day during this legislative session. He currently serves as an associate professor of family medicine at UTMB, where he has played a vital role in training numerous physicians who now care for patients across Texas. So members, please join me in welcoming my constituent and Doctor of the Day, Dr. Jorge Duchisela. Thank you.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 555 by Zaffarini. Senate Resolution 556 by Colhorst.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures: HB 3115, Troxclair.
Thank you. Members, we have a memorial resolution. If you can go to your desks. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 530 by Paxton in memory of Gerald Todd Wimpy.
Chair recognizes Senator Paxton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I would like to welcome Todd Wimpy's brother, Brad Wimpy, and Todd and Brad's dear, dear friend, Kathy Ward, who are in the gallery. If y'all would stand. Thank you for being here today as we honor Todd. And I know that your mom is watching online. today as we honor Todd's legacy. Todd Wimpy was born in Dallas on March 27th, 1975, and he benefited from the love and support of his mom, Laura, and his brother, Bradley. Despite the challenges he faced as a person with intellectual and developmental disability, he exuded joy and happiness. He inspired all who knew him with his positivity, his compassion, and his appreciation for life's simple pleasures. Todd enjoyed a rewarding career with the local Papa John's restaurant that spanned 27 years. And he had the distinction of being the company's longest-serving store employee in the whole state of Texas. He gained the respect and admiration of his colleagues for his reliability and strong work ethic. He was previously employed at Blockbuster Video in Plano, where he was well known among his regular customers for his extensive movie knowledge and insightful recommendations. Working alongside his mother and the team at Berry Family Services, Todd advocated for disability rights. His efforts took him here to the state capitol, where he championed meaningful change that would help ensure that all Texans who have been diagnosed with cognitive and physical disabilities would have access to the resources and care that they need. An avid collector of CDs and DVDs, Todd delighted in watching movies and listening to 80s rock and roll. Above all else, he treasured the time he spent with his family and the others that he loved so much. And he looked forward to sharing meals with them at holiday gatherings. Members, Todd passed away this past January 26th, 2025, at the age of 49. His loss is deeply felt by his family, by the numerous friends that he made over the years, and by the many, many people whose lives he forever enriched through his advocacy. Today, the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature pays tribute to the memory of Gerald Todd Wimpy, and we extend our sincere condolences to his family and to all who mourn his passing. And when the Texas Senate adjourns this day, we will do so in memory of Todd Wimpy. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Members, this is a rising vote. Will all those in favor of the resolution please rise? The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Menendez.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to add all members' names to that resolution. I didn't have the honor and privilege of knowing Mr. Wimpy, but he sounds like an incredible human being, and I think we could all show that honor.
Members, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 552 by Hughes. Whereas Soul's Food in Tyler celebrated its 50th anniversary in April 2025. And whereas the business was founded in 1975 as Country Jim's Meats by partners John Soul Sr., J.O. Thompson, and L.F. Thompson, and it initially produced raw ground beef patties and cutlets that were delivered directly to stores and customers.
Members, can we have order so we can hear the resolution? Thank you.
After a decade, John Soul Sr. purchased the company's controlling shares and renamed it John Soul's Foods. He brought on Mark Souls as its first and only salesman 2 years later, and the enterprise soon expanded its frozen offerings to include fajitas. It continued to see a number of significant developments throughout the 1990s, including the introduction of fully cooked meats, and by 2000, it had begun to stock its products in grocery stores across the country. And whereas John Soul's Foods had gone on to become the nation's top seller of cooked fajitas by 2004, the same year that its annual sales grew to surpass $100 million. In 2010, Mark Souls and John Souls Jr. took the mantle of co-chief executive officers, and John Souls Sr. assumed the role of chair of the board. 4 years later, the company acquired ProView Foods in Gainesville, Georgia, and it won the Value Added Products Marketer of the Year and the Top Processor Sales Volume Increase Awards from Certified Angus Beef. As the business continued to expand, it added a production facility in Valley, Alabama in 2021. And whereas today, the company remains the country's top producer of beef and chicken fajitas, and its products are delivered to retail locations, food service distributors, restaurants, and school nutrition programs nationwide. Moreover, its 50th anniversary marked its transition to being called Soul's Food, reflecting its new identity as it moved into the future. And whereas for half a century, Soul's Food has contributed to the economic prosperity of the East Texas area and beyond, and the foundation of good corporate citizenship on which it is built will help to ensure its existence well into the future. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby commemorate the 50th anniversary of Soul's Food and extend to the company's leadership and staff sincere best wishes for continued success.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And senators, thank you for joining us to take some time to honor this family and this company. I know many people here read their Bibles, and over in Romans chapter 13, the Apostle Paul talks about the role of government, right? And he mentions how it's really God speaking to us through the Apostle Paul, the Holy Spirit, and it says that the government exists. One thing that the government does is punishing evildoers, and we're thankful for that. That's necessary sometimes. It also says the government exists to praise those who do well. And that's what we get to do today, and I'm so honored to be able to join the Senate in doing this. So you heard that resolution. I have known the Souls family. I've known Mr. Souls. He tells me not to call him Mr. Souls. He says that's his dad. But John Souls Sr., I've known him for over 20 years, and John Jr. and Mark almost as long. A lot we could say about them. The resolution that Mrs. Spa just read for us talks about the company's successes. It's one of those American dream stories. Many people here know what I'm talking about. Starting very small and growing, and not by taking, but by blessing, by helping people. And the more people they helped, the more they were helped. And so now in multiple states, helping multiple people. And I'll say this about the business. If you have eaten fajitas in America at a restaurant, you have eaten fajitas from John Souls Foods. That is guaranteed. That's the reach they have. That's the quality, the reputation they have, in addition to all the successes of the business. And by the way, Mr. Souls reminded me, getting where they've gotten has been a whole lot of 16-hour days. Sometimes it looks easy from the outside, but the business people here know it's hard work, and it's grit and determination and sacrifice. In addition to all that business success, the resolution doesn't even speak to what they do in the community and across the country. And they do that mostly quietly without asking for any recognition. But some of it we know about. We know about the hundreds of thousands of pounds of food they donated to folks to help get through the COVID pandemic. We know about the work they've done to help first responders, what they've done for higher education, what they've done for K through 12 education, and not just in East Texas, but across Texas and really in multiple states. There's a lot we could say about them. I'll say this, what they have demonstrated, their commitment to just humbly serving God through community service and giving, their heart really comes to them. Their heart's desire has been what? It's been to glorify the Lord Jesus, who they serve, who they look to as their Savior. And I'm so honored to represent them and to get to recognize them today. And I want to introduce, so John Souls Sr. is on the floor with us. Mr. Souls, raise your hand. They'll figure out who you are. John Souls Jr. and Mark, of course, Mr. Souls is now chairman and the co-CEOs, his sons, on a wonderful family business. And we also have in the Southeast Gallery, you guys stand up to Souls Party so we can recognize you. We have Shauna Bright, Mary Peyton Souls, Layla Souls, Karen Souls, Claire Brown, Grant Souls, Jack Souls, and Mario Beltran, valued team member. I wanted to just take a moment to recognize them for all they do, all they continue to do. And members of the Senate, thank you for joining me in doing this. And Mr. President, I move passage of Senate Resolution 552.
Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hughes, thank you for bringing this resolution today. I want to welcome the Souls family. I've just so honored to have you here to highlight a small business, once a very small business that has grown to a national business. And truly, that shows what hard work can do and tenacity and staying at it. And I know that y'all have had sleepless nights at times, how you're going to make payroll and how you're going to get into this market and how you're going to make those sales and how you're going to make your budget and so forth. And to the Young Souls family, so glad that you're here today and being involved in the business. So just want to thank Senator Hughes for his great representation of East Texas, along with Senator Nichols in East Texas, and to highlight a business such as yours is truly something worth doing today on the Senate floor. Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to add all members' names to this celebratory resolution.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, so granted. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to just say what a great story, and thank you, Senator Hughes, for bringing this. You know, a family business, one, hard. I have worked in a family business, so I know how challenging it is to work with brothers, and but it's also very rewarding. And so the other thing that really inspired me about this is we live in a culture, and even a business culture, that is very intent on making quick profits, figuring out ways to take advantage of a particular piece of legislation maybe that we pass, or an environment that can turn a quick profit and you move on to the next thing. But biblically, the Bible talks about staying the course, and that not chasing those quick profits, but putting in those 16, 18-hour days and being willing to invest in your community and create those long-term jobs. And that's what's so inspiring about this. So thank you guys for what you've done. Thanks for what you continue to do, and may God bless your efforts moving forward.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. Resolution is adopted. Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've never met you before, but it seems though I now know you. And what impresses me more than what has been said about your business acumen is the family that you brought with you. There are generations that will end up being involved in this business, and you expose them to the state legislature today. I respect that, given the fact that I have young people in my family, Kelly and many of us have young people in our families that we want to be able to do the same thing. So thank you not only for what you do in the state of Texas, but making certain that your family understand and appreciate the magnitude of what you're leaving them as part of your legacy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, please join us in welcoming the Souls family to the chamber. Chair recognizes Senator Miles for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like you to help me welcome the delegation from Texas African Chamber of Commerce to the Texas Senate. For the past 5 years, the Texas African Chamber of Commerce has been in the forefront of advancing trade and investment between Texas and Africa. The Chamber has hosted 5 African heads of states in Houston and 3 in Dallas, received over 50 African ministers and ambassadors, organized multiple business missions to Africa on behalf of Texas, companies and businesses, served as a bridge for economic diplomacy. Members, please help me welcome the Texas African Chamber of Commerce to the Texas Senate. Mr. President.
Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to join Senator Miles in saying thank you for being here. I don't know all of you. I see my Dallas connection here, but I look forward to getting to know you. Members, you may or may not recognize, but the fact of the matter is there's billions and billions of dollars that's available in Africa, in African countries, that can be inure to the benefit of the Texas economy. If we make certain that we work with the governor's office and these fine persons as the liaisons to bring that business to Texas and also make certain we export business from Texas to African countries. And so I plan on making certain that I do that in conjunction with these fine persons. And so again, welcome to your state capital, and let's do business Texas style.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Miles. Chair recognizes Senator Miles for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today I'm joined by my colleagues of Harris County, and we'd like for you to join us in saying goodbye to our Hobby School fellows, our public affairs of University of Houston, who've worked in our capital this session. The Hobby Fellowship Program was launched in 2013 to give undergraduate students the opportunity to work as interns in the Texas Capitol during the legislative session. Each Hobby Fellow is assigned a state legislator and helps to support its operation by attending meetings and hearings, interacting with constituents, and carrying out a range of functions throughout the session. While working in the legislative session, these students receive academic credits as well as gain valuable experience in the field of public services and the field of policy. This year's class includes 12 interns, with 4 serving in the state Senate. I will be recognizing my fellow Hobby and will then allow my colleagues to recognize their own. Colleagues, my Hobby fellow is Farah Odui. Please stand. Would you please stand, Farah? Members, Farah is from Fort Worth native. She's a Fort Worth native and a junior at the University of Houston, majoring in political science with a minor in national security. I met Farah last year when she interned in my Houston office. During her internship, she assisted with my constituents in their Medicaid and SNAP application. She also provided support during DeRico hurricane and Hurricane Burrow, helping residents restore their power, locating cool centers, and finding distribution sites for bottled water. In my office, Farah serves as a scheduler, oversaw border security and veteran affairs committees, is my lead staffer on nominations committee, and most recently, she requested to become the lead staffer on criminal justice. Senators, after the legislative session, Farah plans to go to Washington, D.C. to work in Congress, and upon graduating, she plans to go to law school. Farah, thank you for always keeping me on schedule, which is not an easy thing, and staffing me on 2 committees, and always coming to work with a smile on your face and brightening up the entire office. I've been so impressed by your hard work and passion for public service and your ability to always take on new tasks. I know you might have a bright future ahead of you, but don't forget where you started, okay? And I want to thank you And remember, our door is always open if there's anything that you'd like us to help you with. Now, I'd like to yield the floor, Mr. President, to allow my fellow senators to recognize their fellow hobbies members.
Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miles, thank you for once again recognizing some of our future leaders here in the Capitol, our hobby fellows. We were very honored to have Milan Sam. Milan, stand up, please. As a hobby fellow who's been making a name for himself in our office, a DFW native. Milan is graduating from the University of Houston. Go Cougs. Woo. This fall, he plans to attend law school and pursue a career in the criminal bar. We hope to see him stay in H-Town and continue his public service. We know Milan by his relentless optimism and his can-do attitude. He's a team player who's always willing to pitch hit when we need him. This session, he's become immersed in the legislative process and deepened his passion for public policy. He digs deeper than your average legislative aide. He watches old hearings, reads all the reports, and comes to discussions fully briefed and prepared. All qualities that will no doubt serve him well in the practice of law. Milan, we wish you the best of luck. We hope to see you back again in this arena. Thank you. Congratulations.
Senator Cook, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it is my honor to introduce someone very special from my team, our hobby fellow, Alex Westerback. Alex is a proud recent graduate, also of the University of Houston, Go Cougs, with a dual degree in political science and public policy. At U of H, they led as student government senator and served as campus ambassador for the Next Generation Leadership Academy. And before joining us at the Capitol, Alex interned with the Houston City Council, Equality Texas, and a Mass Torts law firm. In our office, Alex brought a steady focus to our work on business and commerce, economic development, and natural resources committees. They plan to attend law school after a gap year, where I know they'll continue to lead. Thank you, Alex, for your hard work and being such a bright, generous part of our team. Thank you for showing up early, for staying late, for putting your whole self into the work. It absolutely comes through, and you're just such a trustworthy teammate. Thank you. Congratulations. We've been so lucky to have you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we have another fun day here, Senator Miles. It's always great to see a great class of folks come to the Senate and then leave to basically find the undiscovered country, as a biographer, Shakespeare once said, which is the future. Okay, so I had the pleasure, and so did my entire staff, which, by the way, is number one on passing bills this session, Senator Miles, and number one on getting those bills out of committee. And Mo's been a big part of that, working for the local government committee, where he's our assistant committee clerk. So Mo Nobani is a highly accomplished, dedicated individual with a bachelor's degree in political science, a minor in national security studies at U of H. Maintains an impressive 4.0 GPA, which I'll need somebody else's GPA to add to mine to get to your GPA, Mo. But I can do the numbers in my head, okay? He's marked by significant projects, including strategic analysis on U.S. diplomacy, intelligence, and Middle East geopolitics. Now, the great news about Mo is that he is also active in student organizations, including leadership positions such as Vice President of the Arab Student Association, member of the Student Government Association, and especially to my wife, the Lebanese Students Association. See, Mo, I got lucky. I married up, okay? Now, that doesn't mean we paid you anything, okay, right? You were like zero, I can't remember. Anyway, that's right. But you did a great job. You were huge. You were great, Mo. You were awesome. His commitment to community service is evident through volunteer work at the George Bush Intercontinental Airport. And of course, you can't get on the 4.0 list, Senator Cook, unless you're on the dean's list, like over and over and over again. So we're looking for a great future, Senator Miles, for Mo Nobani, and because his experience and academic excellence makes him a promising candidate for future roles in political science, national security, international relations. And if you want to bum around and help us this summer at the Houston office, you know, space is available, right? Live long and prosper, Mo.
Can I get all of the hobby?
Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Can I get all of the hobby fellows to stand? All of the hobby fellows to stand. If you're in the House or the Senate. Members, let's give these young men and women a hand and thank them for their services for the 89th Texas legislative session. They've done a fantastic job, and they've represented the name Bill Hobby in a fashionable style, in a manner that is respected of Bill Hobby. Thank you all.
Do we have a messenger from the House? If you'll stand by till we have time.
Members, we're about to begin the calendar. Senator Hall. Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2467.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 2467 addresses a salary disparity between peace officers employed by the Texas Department of Insurance, TDI. TDI employs two groups of commissioned peace officers, fraud unit investigators, salary Schedule C, and State Fire Marshal's Office, Salary Schedule B. Both groups conduct criminal investigations, enforce state law, and require a TCOL certification. Investigations perform law enforcement duties that align closely with Salary Schedule C classification. By adjusting the salary schedule of State Fire Marshal Officer investigations, House Bill 2467 ensures competitive salaries and recognition of law enforcement duties and credentials, improving recruitment and retention by offering salaries comparable to other peace officers with similar responsibilities. The salary adjustment will strengthen the department's ability to recruit and retain qualified personnel by addressing ongoing staffing challenges. This ensures that TDI investigators are adequately supported and compensated for the critical work they perform for Texas. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2467. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2467. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2467 relating to the compensation and benefits for certain peace officers commissioned by the State Fire Marshal.
Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion.
Move House Bill 2467 to third reading, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves passes third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3A rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
30
Campbell.
ayes and 1 nay. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage, House Bill 2467. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2467 relating the compensation and benefits for certain peace officers commissioned by the State Fire Marshal.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of House Bill 2467.
Senator Hall moves final passage, House Bill 2467. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Zaffarani recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1734.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 1734 by Representative Angela Orr. Members, this was passed by the House unanimously and relates to the transfer of court files in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship in which continuing exclusive jurisdiction is transferred. Generally, House Bill 1734 would streamline transfers by requiring clerks to send only final orders and pleadings related to the pending matter while preserving a party's ability to request any additional documents. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarani moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1734. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1734. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1734 relating to the transfer of court files in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship in which continuing exclusive jurisdiction is transferred.
Senator Zaffarani recognized for a motion. Recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarani moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarani recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarani moves suspension of 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 1734. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1734 relating to the transfer of court files in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship in which continuing exclusive jurisdiction is transferred.
Senator Zaffarani recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarani moves final passage House Bill 1734. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nay. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5534.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5534. This bill allows for commissioners' courts to post their meeting agendas digitally in lieu of a paper posting. Move suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5534.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5534. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5534. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5534 relating to the electronic posting of notices and agendas for meetings of the Commissioners Court of a county.
Senator Schwertner, you recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading, House Bill 5534.
Senator Schwertner moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 5534. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5534 relating to the electronic posting of notices and agendas for meetings of the Commissioners Court of a county.
Senator Schwertner, you recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 5534.
Senator Schwertner moves final passage House Bill 5534. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2286.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 2286 by Representative Tom Craddock. It relates to the renewal of a certificate of registration by certain interior designers. Members, this bill would extend current licenses for interior designers who have 6 or more years' experience by 10 years to 2037, and the expiration date of the exemption from the National Interior Design Exam requirement by 10 years to 2039. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2286. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2286. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2286, relating to the renewal of a certificate of registration by certain interior designers.
Senator Zaffarini, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Boardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 2286. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2286, relating to the renewal of a certificate of registration by certain interior designers.
Senator Zaffarini, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage House Bill 2286. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2495.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time the committee's substitute for House Bill 2495 by Representative Harold Dutton. It relates to certain rights of the sole managing conservator of a child in relation to the child's enrollment in school. Members, this bill generally would clarify that a sole managing conservator has the exclusive right to choose and enroll the child in a school. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2495. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 2495. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2495 relating to certain rights of a child or a parent or the sole managing conservator of a child in relation to the child's enrollment in school.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 2495. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2495 relating to certain rights of a child or a parent or the sole managing conservator of a child in relation to the child's enrollment in school.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of committee substitute for House Bill 2495. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2765.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 2765 by Representative Ryan Guillen. It relates to the Rural Economic Development and Investment Program and the Texas Economic Development Fund. Members, this bill generally would expand eligibility for financial assistance under the Rural Economic Development Investment Program, remove the requirement for loan repayment to begin with 90 days, and allows TDA to set repayment rules, permits the agency to use fund money for new loans and grants, and applies a $1 million cap separately to grants in the total outstanding loan amount per person, with changes effective only for new loans or grants. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2765. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
26
Cook.
ayes, 5 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2765. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2765 relating to the Rural Economic Development and Investment Program and the Texas Economic Development Fund.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage, House Bill 2765. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2765 relating to the Rural Economic Development and Investment Program and the Texas Economic Development Fund.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of House Bill 2765. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckert.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3146.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 3146 by Representative Ben Bumgarner. It relates to certain hearings conducted by the State Office of Administrative Hearings and is a cleanup bill requested by the agency. This bill would streamline the statute by eliminating the unnecessary requirement for memoranda of understanding for the remaining 6 of 30 agencies for which it was already eliminated and make conforming changes to relevant codes. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3146. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3146. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3146 relating to certain hearings conducted by the State Office of Administrative Hearings.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 3146. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3146 relating to certain hearings conducted by the State Office of Administrative Hearings.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage House Bill 3146. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members and staff.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3800.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business in order to take up and consider House Bill 3800. House Bill 3800 requires the Texas Workforce Commission to form an advisory board with higher education, healthcare entities, and workforce boards to create a resource guide. This guide will help providers and school partners meet local workforce needs, building on successful collaborations noted by the 2024 Texas Healthcare Workforce Task Force. The advisory board will then be abolished in September of 2027. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3800. Is there objections? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3800. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3800 relating to an advisory board established to develop a resource guide that facilitates collaboration in identifying and addressing local healthcare workforce needs.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Sparks moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 3800. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3800 relating to an advisory board established to develop a resource guide that facilitates collaboration in identifying and addressing local healthcare workforce needs.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 3800.
Senator Sparks moves final passage of House Bill 3800. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2564.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Texas Military Preparedness Commission was established in 2003 to preserve, protect, expand, and attract new military missions, assets, and installations. One of the Commission's responsibility is to oversee the Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant Program. HB 2564 removes the panel of Governor's Office employees and places the responsibility for evaluating and scoring applications solely on the Commission's commissioners. The commissioners consist of 13 appointed members confirmed by the Senate. The Commission is composed of primarily retired military officers, to include 2 generals and a number of colonels that have deep knowledge of our Texas military installations. It's agreed to by all interested parties. Move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2564. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2564. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2564, relating to the evaluation of Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant applications.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator King moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 2564. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2564, relating to the evaluation of Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant applications.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage House Bill 2564. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4341.
Thank you, Mr. President. When law enforcement arrives at the scene of an emergency, it is often their first time at that location. Their ability to navigate and assess the situation quickly is critical, especially in life and death situations. Unfortunately, in many cases, they are working without critical information they need, such as detailed maps of the infrastructure in the area. 4341 mandates that certain critical infrastructure facilities provide standardized, detailed emergency response maps to appropriate public safety agencies. These maps will include key information like building layouts, utility shutoffs, location of safety equipment, all of which are essential for first responders to effectively manage the emergency. As engrossed, this legislation would only apply to a public or private airport depicted in any current aeronautical chart published by the Federal Aviation Administration, or a military installation owned or operated by the state or another governmental entity. HB 4341 also includes a grant program to assist these facilities in meeting the requirements. And move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4341. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute House Bill 4341. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4341, relating to critical infrastructure facility emergency response maps and the critical infrastructure emergency response map grant program.
Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by King.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
This moves the authority for managing the grant and the program to TDM, and it also says that unless an organization, an agency receives the grant, they are not required to provide the maps. Move adoption.
Questions on the adoption for amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment's adopted. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator King moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell,
31
Blanco.
ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 4341. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4341 relating to critical infrastructure facility emergency response maps.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 4341. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5057.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5057. Members, this relates to local governments issuing exclusive solid waste franchises. 5057 grants to any solid waste provider denied the ability to continue operating in the local market public notice of the new franchise, a reasonable amount of time to fulfill existing contract obligations, and bring business operations to a close. Furthermore, the bill allows an existing third-party solid waste provider displaced by the new franchise agreement to at least complete the term of an existing contract or operate under the contract for up to 1 year, whichever is sooner. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5057.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5057. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5057. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5057 relating to exclusive contracts for municipal solid waste management services.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Nichols moves past this third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. House Bill 5057. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5057 relating to exclusive contracts for municipal solid waste management services.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 5057.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of House Bill 5057. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Zaffirini for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate stand in recess until 2:15 today, Thursday, May 22nd.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The Senate stands in recess until 2:15.
Senate will come to order. You ready? Okay. Senator Huffman, you recognize for a motion. Suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider House Bill 2529.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2529. Members, under current law, a constitutional county judge is entitled to an annual salary supplement from the state equal to 18% of the base salary of a district judge if at least 18% of the functions that the judge performs or 18% of the total hours a judge works are judicial functions. The 86th legislature passed House Bill 2384, which provided an increase in the compensation for members of the judiciary based on years of service. However, county judges were not included in that legislation. So to align with other judges, House Bill 2529 increases the county supplement paid to certain constitutional county judges to allow a constitutional county judge entitled to an annual salary supplement from the state to receive the district judge salary enhancement based on years of services as a county judge. Thus, it would allow the state supplement to increase after 4 and 8 years of service as a constitutional county judge. So puts the constitutional county judges on the tiered system for years of service, which will be a benefit to them. This cost is accounted for in the budget, is funded, and so I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Member Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business. House Bill 2529. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2529. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2529 relating to the annual state salary supplement for certain county judges.
Senator Huffman, you recognize for a motion.
I move passage third reading.
Member Senator Huffman moves passage of third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed third reading. Senator Huffman, you recognize for a motion. Suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Member Senator Huffman moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 2529. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 2529 relating to the annual state salary supplement for certain county judges.
Senator Huffman, you recognize for a motion.
Move final passage of House Bill 2529.
Member Senator Huffman moves final passage HB 2529. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Huffman.
Thank you.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider House Bill 2468.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2468. House Bill 2468 seeks to strengthen consumer protections in real estate transactions by ensuring that home buyers receive proper notice when purchasing property within a public improvement district. Under current law, sellers must disclose if a property is located in a PID, but there's no clear recourse for buyers if this notice is not provided before entering a contract. In the event a contract of purchase and sale is entered into without the seller providing notice, the purchaser is entitled to terminate the contract within 7 days after receiving the required PID notice. This ensures that all purchasers are fully informed before finalizing their purchase. The right to terminate applies only if the municipality or county properly filed the PID service plan with the county clerk before the contract was executed, reinforcing local government accountability. HB 2468 applies prospectively, meaning it affects only property sales where the contract is executed on or after the bill's effective date. Members, this legislation increases transparency, prevents unexpected financial burdens on home buyers, and ensures fairness in the real estate transaction market. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2468. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2468. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2468, relating to the right of a purchaser to terminate a contract of purchase and sale of real property for failure to provide notice that the property is located in public improvement district.
Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to third reading.
Members, Senator Parker moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed third reading. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion. Suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 2468. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 2468, relating to the right of a purchaser to terminate a contract of purchase and sale of real property for failure to provide notice that the property is located in a public improvement district.
Senator Parker, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Parker moves final passage HB 2468. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill's finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Members, the following motion in writing. Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move suspension of Senate Rule 5.14, the intent calendar rule, in order to move the intent calendar deadline to 5:00 p.m. today. Motion by Zaffarini.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 581.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time House Bill 581. Senators, this bill will close a loophole in current law that's used by the emergence of deepfake technology, laws that we have to protect children from inappropriate images, harmful sexual images. Our laws have not caught up with technology. House Bill 581 will deal with that. It's an important bill to protect children. 146 to nothing out of the House. Over here, the Senate State Affairs Committee passed 11 to nothing. Unanimous, bipartisan, common sense bill to protect children. Should the Senate see fit to suspend, I will be offering a floor amendment to further refine the bill. It's a good bill, an important one, and I move suspension.
Member Senator Hughes moves suspension. Member Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 581. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 581. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 581, relating to the creation of artificial sexual material harmful to minors.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Mr. President, this amendment involves working with the interested parties and looking at current technology and where it's going to make sure the bill is effective, it's consistent with the purpose of the bill, and I move its adoption.
Member Senator Hughes moves adoption to floor number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Member Senator Hughes moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
That's my motion.
Member Senator Hughes moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 581. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 581, relating to the creation of artificial sexual material harmful to minors.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Member Senator Hughes moves final passage of House Bill 581. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Hagenbuch, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider House Bill 2898.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 2898 is about notifying TxDOT, county judges, and the Air Force and other military branches with aviation training facilities when a wind farm is being planned near a military installation. The Air Force and other branches of the military operate training routes at bases, including low-flying routes, which require unencumbered use of radar to be conducted safely. Wind farms constructed near military flight training bases and radar installations have the potential of encroaching on training routes and cause radar disruption, which could jeopardize the safety of the pilots and limit the success of their training missions. For example, on Sheppard Air Force Base in my district, it had to close 3 of 17 training routes in 2018 because of such encroachment by wind turbines. Meteorological evaluation towers are used to evaluate locations for future wind turbines when they're planning them. A 30-day advance notice that a tower is going to be built would enable military-based personnel to communicate and coordinate with wind farm developers to prevent conflicts and adjust routes accordingly. It's a rule now, but this would make it a law. The notice of intent to build would be provided to the Texas Department of Transportation. Each federally owned operated radar or military installation within 50 nautical miles of the tower and the applicable county judges. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Member Senator Hagenbuch moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2898. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rule suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2898. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2898, relating to requirements for certain meteorological evaluation towers.
Senator Hagenbuch, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to third reading.
Member Senator Higginbotham moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed third reading. Senator Higginbotham, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the constitutional 3-day rule.
Member Senator Higginbotham moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays that on third reading and final passage. HB 2898. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 2898 relating to requirements for certain meteorological evaluation towers.
Senator Higginbotham, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage.
Member Senator Higginbotham moves final passage. HB 2898. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider House Bill 4490.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. House Bill 4490 is a really interesting piece of legislation brought to me by Chairman Smithy in the House. 14 medical examiner offices around the state are responsible for investigation and certification of cause and manner of death of all sudden, unexpected, violent, suspicious, and unnatural deaths. As part of these investigations, information on the deceased next of kin is gathered. Medical examiner offices need the next of kin information for a variety of important reasons. Unfortunately, a worrying trend emerged with commercial businesses requesting next of kin information in bulk from medical examiner officers on all recent descendants and via public information requests. These businesses are requesting next of kin data that basically is used to sell to other vendors where the next of kin get calls, in some cases within 2 days of this information being posted at the medical examiner's office. HB 4490 will ensure that the next of kin information will be kept confidential, but can still be disclosed to law enforcement agencies and donor procurement agencies. Both entities have important reasons to needing the access to kin information, and the intent of the bill is to ensure that entities have that access. And with that, Mr. President, I move to suspension of the regular order of business and take up and consider House Bill 4490.
Member Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4490. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays down on second reading House Bill 4490. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4490 relating to an exemption from required disclosure of information related to the next of kin of deceased persons.
Senator Betancourt, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to third reading of House Bill 4490.
Member Senator Betancourt moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed third reading. Senator Betancourt, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Member Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays down on third reading and final passage. HB 4490. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 4490 relating to an exemption from required disclosure of information related to the next of kin of deceased persons.
Senator Betancourt, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of House Bill 4490.
Member Senator Betancourt moves final passage. HB 4490. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado
There being
Betancourt.
31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Middleton, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 2715.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take and consider House Bill 2715. This bill strengthens accountability for elected officials who are incompetent, unfit for office, or refuse to enforce state law. Current statute offers limited recourse when local officials neglect their duties. This bill expands removal provisions under Chapter 87 to include a broader range of officials such as county attorneys, judges, commissioners, and school board trustees. It requires petitions for removal to be directed to the presiding judge of the administrative region, ensuring oversight beyond local influence. Judges and prosecutors must come from outside the affected county, adding further safeguards for impartiality. And the bill codifies what responsible counties already practice: timely, fair removal procedures for officials who fail in their obligations. And it reinforces the public's trust in government and ensures that no official is above the law.
Members, Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2715. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Middleton?
Yeah.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do. Yes.
You recognize Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Middleton, isn't there already a process of judicial oversight for the removal of public officers to become that's applicable not just to prosecuting attorneys? I'm just wondering, why is it necessary for this? I'm kind of curious about the intent or the need for the bill.
Right, so there is a process currently, and what this bill does is it replicates the process that we adopted under HB 17, which was Representative Cook's and Senator Huffman's bill last session on prosecutors. And it goes back to the intent of that bill, which this one tracks on the impartiality, right? So one of the things that obviously this does is it relies on the presiding judge of the administrative judicial region to appoint a district court to hear these cases. Obviously, they would appoint the prosecutor, the jury as well. And it does not change anything in the law right now about the reasons for removal, right? There is nothing changed in this bill about that. All it does is it makes some modifications to the process. So we're not changing the elements for removal.
So all presiding judges over administrative judicial regions in the state, they're all appointed by the governor, correct?
Right, there are 11 regions.
Yeah, 11. So I'm just trying to figure out the benefit provided to our state is residents if 11 judges hold discretion over any and all public officials' removal petitions. That's what you're trying to do?
Well, they would assign a judge, right? So to preside over the case, and that is going to be an elected official. It's just not going to be from the county in which that elected official who's subject to that petition resides, right? So there needs to be some impartiality to this process that's not currently there. And so far it's working well. I think in HB 17, we haven't heard of any particularly large issues with that. It hasn't been abused as far as I know. So Senator Huffman's bill, I think, was well thought out and well reasoned.
Are you concerned at all that it would in adding to the judiciary's responsibilities, that we already have an excessive amount backlog in the judicial system?
No, I'm not concerned with that in this case.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2715. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Barkwell.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2715. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2715 relating to the removal from office of certain officers of political subdivisions.
Senator Middleton, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, move passage to third reading.
Members, Senator Middleton moves passage to third reading of House Bill 2715. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Barkwell.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the rule is suspended. We'll hold there, Senator Middleton. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider House Bill 5323.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider House Bill 5323 at this time. Texas offers of various incentive programs, market products, and regulations to improve energy efficiency and demand response. These efforts are often managed independently by state agencies, lacking a unified strategy. The PUC has adopted reliability standard for ERCOT, providing a benchmark for aligning related programs. Meeting the standard requires coordinated cross-agency action to ensure the grid resiliency. House Bill 5323 creates the Energy Waste Advisory Committee to recommend policies and enhances interagency collaboration on efficiency and demand response. The intent is to identify gaps and propose long-term strategies to reduce electricity demand during high-risk hours without creating a new agency, just getting the various agencies to work cohesively and communicate well together towards achieving these goals. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hancock?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hancock, thank you for bringing this bill forward, for sponsoring this bill. As this demand response program, would it be a residential demand response program?
This is actually using the state agencies. For example, this amendment here that was just passed out, we're going to be adding the Facilities Commission there. So as one of the largest employers in the state, as one who uses a lot of electricity and has a great deal of demand, what we're trying to do is work cohesively as a state through our various agencies, through the various entities that deal with this. And also, as you know, because you've dealt with this issue quite a bit, there are federal dollars that come down, and it's making sure that we're coordinating, that we're maximizing all of our efforts in a unified way towards efficiency and working cohesively on demand response.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's something we should put together an advisory committee like that for energy efficiency for the whole state.
And you talk about residents. So where the state is involved in residential development, or it would then make sure we're utilizing the federal dollars that are available, and we're putting equipment in those homes that meets the guidelines and will assist in efficiency. So it's trying to get everybody to work together.
I appreciate you bringing this forward. I'll bring a green card over. It reminds me a lot of another bill, a Senate Bill 2717, that I'm particularly fond of myself.
Very similar.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Member Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5323. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bedcourt, Birdwell,
There being
Blanco.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5323. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5323 relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Hancock.
Senator Hancock on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, members. This amendment simply adds the facilities commissions to the bill, and it will move the date in which the report is required to be submitted to the legislature on December 1st.
Member Senator Hancock moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Member Senator Hancock moves passage to third reading. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bedcourt,
There being
Birdwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed third reading. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Member Senator Hancock moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bedcourt,
There
Birdwell,
being
Blanco.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 5323. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 5323 relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Waste Advisory Committee.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Member Senator Hancock moves final passage HB 5323. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado,
There
Bedcourt,
being
Birdwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hancock.
Thank you.
Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute House Bill 4386.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 4386. Members, House Bill 4386 ensures timely and efficient processing of annuity contract exchanges and surrenders. It aims to protect consumers by setting deadlines and penalties for delays by insurers and promotes transparency and reduces opportunities for delays or abuse in the annuity transaction process. HB 4386 defines an exchange and the surrender process and creates a clear process for both actions. It creates a reasonable response timeline and process for transferring annuity funds, along with creating a penalty for delayed action. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute House Bill 4386. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute House Bill 4386. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4386 relating to the exchange or surrender of an annuity contract.
Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Member Senator Parker moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Member Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute House Bill 4386. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4386 relating to the exchange or surrender of an annuity contract.
Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, members, thank you for allowing me to bring this bill forward today. This is a vitally important item for the retirement of so many Texans that we get it right with good policy on dealing with annuities. And with that, Mr. President, I move final passage.
Member Senator Parker moves final passage. Committee substitute House Bill 4386. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations,
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Parker.
President, members.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Committee Substitute House Bill 3348.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 3348. Members, an LPPF, or a local provider participation fund, is a method by which hospitals can pool a portion of net patient revenue to create the non-federal or state portion of Medicaid matching funds without a negative impact to Texas residents, taxpayers, or hospital patients. HB 3348 extends the existing, already in place LPPFs in Denton and Collin County and creates the new LPPF in Burnett County. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on Committee Substitute House Bill 3348. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute House Bill 3348. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3348 relating to the creation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program in certain counties.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Paxton.
Senator Paxton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to offer amendment number 1. This amendment strikes $150,000 and substitutes $300,000. Members, the Collin County Commissioners Court has expressed the urgent need for this increase. The amendment further delineates the administrative cost schedule, which was already in place for Burnett County and Denton County. Thank you, Senator Parker, for your time and dedication to this important piece of legislation that also affects my district. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Parker on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is absolutely acceptable.
Members, Senator Paxton moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is it acceptable to the author? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, floor amendment number 2 is the identical to Senate Bill 1443 and House Bill 3505. The House bill passed the House. It is and passed the Senate committee, and it is on the local calendar for Sunday. In an abundance of caution, we would be joining this bill. It's completely germane. It's an existing LPPF. It needs to be extended. It's serving well, and I move adoption of this amendment that is acceptable to the author.
Senator Kolkhorst, for what purpose?
Just to ask a question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Of course I'll yield.
You're recognized, Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Just a quick question on, I think you said it at the end, was this is an existing LPPF that is just extending the date.
That's exactly right. So the Northeast Texas Healthcare Provider Participation District, been there since 2023, serves 3 Northeast Texas communities. This extends the operations, which would otherwise expire September 1st this year.
So you created it in 2023?
And this was created locally and active, awaiting legislative extension when we got here. And the bill doing this has already passed the House and the committee, and it's on the local calendar. We just thought we would put it here in an abundance of caution in case something happens.
And the only reason I ask, we know that with the Trump administration, there's a lot of discussion going on in CMS about LPPFs and other provider supplements, I would call them. Off-balance sheet accounting is what I would say in Article 2. And many times when we look at Article 2, and I want to say that we're about to come out of hopefully conference committee with the leadership of Chairman Huffman, Chairwoman Huffman and Chairman Bonin, and look at the only bill that the Constitution, the Texas Constitution says we have to pass, which is a General Appropriations Act, which is balanced, unlike the United States Congress. Many times we look at Article 2 and we say, wow, there's, all this money. But what I also want to say is often we hear from our hospitals and our provider, we have all this uncompensated care. But if we took everything and we rolled it up, and I once said if I had a chalkboard that went all the way across this wall here and we started drawing it out, in essence, many times there isn't such a thing as uncompensated care because we have things like the LPPFs.
Right.
We have disproportionate share funding, CHIRP. We have so many different buckets of money that are not what I'd like to say present in Article 2, but are outside of that. Would you agree?
Exactly right. Yes, ma'am.
Well, and I just want to say, I'll support your amendment, and I think the LPPFs have been very good for Texas in looking at that we're a border state, that even with, if it was ever a decision of the legislature to do Medicaid expansion, which is, of course, to able-bodied citizens of about 138% of FPL, we would only cover a little over 1 million of the 6 million that are said to be without insurance in the state of Texas. And so that is how many times we cover those that would never be covered. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Senator.
Yeah, so LPPFs have been very useful for the state of Texas with our unique population mix and our payer mix.
That's how I understand it. And as you say, whatever tools are available, we want to make sure that we're getting the maximum benefits to Texans and to our folks back home.
All right, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator, yield for questions?
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Of course I'll yield.
You recognize Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an 14-page amendment. I just want to make sure that it's more of a local bill, regional bill.
Senator, that's right. It affects 3 counties, and Senator Nichols and I filed the original bill, and that bill is on the local calendar for Sunday. We hope it's going to make it, but at this dime of session, we just want to make sure we're not missing any opportunities.
And that's fine. I just want to make sure. I authored the first bill years ago that created the first LPPFs, Rio Grande Valley and Webb County. So I just want to make sure that this is more focused on a regional basis, doesn't impact the existence and the rules and regulations that right now we have in other LPPFs throughout the state, because other regions have adopted it. It's been a very successful tool.
Yes, sir.
To draw down matching funds from the federal government. And thank you for answering my question.
No, thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes.
Mr. President, members, thank you. On amendment number 2, Floor Amendment number 2, just in an abundance of caution to make sure that this bill stays tight and within its appropriate strike zone, I will withdraw Amendment number 2 from consideration.
Members, floor amendment number 2 is withdrawn. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Parker.
Senator Parker on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this floor amendment very simply for HB 3348 makes these LPPFs effective immediately. Move adoption.
Members, Senator Parker moves adoption of floor amendment number 3. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of third reading.
Members, Senator Parker moves passage of third reading. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed third reading. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Senator Parker, Chair lays out on third reading and final passage, HB 3348. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 3348 relating to the creation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program in certain counties.
Senator Parker, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Parker moves final passage. Committee substitute House Bill 3348. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Parker, I would like to know how you're getting 3 bills in a row here. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5668.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the suspension of regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 5668. House Bill 5668 addresses infrastructure needs in far north Fort Worth, MUD number 1, a 734-acre district in Tarrant and Wise counties within Fort Worth's ETJ. The development is underway, but the internal road network hasn't kept pace, creating access issues for residents, first responders, and commercial growth. The bill allows the district to create a defined area under Chapter 54 of the Water Code with approval from voters or unanimous landowner consent. This locally supported measure helps fund critical infrastructure, improves emergency response times, and supports housing and economic development in a very rapidly growing corridor of North Texas. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5668. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There
Birdwell.
being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5668. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5668, relating to the powers and duties of the Far North Fort Worth Municipal Utility District Number 1.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to third reading.
Members, Senator Parker moves passage to third reading. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 5668. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5668, relating to the powers and duties of the Far North Fort Worth Municipal Utility District Number 1.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Parker moves final passage. Moves final passage HB 5668. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider House Bill 1393.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1393 because it's time. It's time for Texas time. House Bill 1393 seeks to eliminate the biannual clock changes by allow Texans to observe daylight savings time year-round, known as permanent DST. House Bill 1393 will allow Texans to join 18 other states that have enacted similar permanent daylight savings time legislation. The bill would provide numerous benefits to Texans and obviously being later in the day rather early in the morning. Note that it's been quite an interesting period of time about these bills in the federal Congress. Currently, Senator Cruz has a bill up to do this nationally. Right now, the federal government does not allow the states to make this change, so this is effectively a trigger bill waiting for change with the federal government. And with that, with passage of House Bill 1393, Texas legislature will make it clear that side with a majority of Texans and will bring state one step closer to Texas time. And with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1393.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr.
Do
President.
you yield Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
You recognize Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt, you and I have been working on this for how long?
A decade? Well, days and days, years and years.
I think I've been working on this since I was in the House, so over 10 years.
Right. We've done 10 time shifts together.
Yeah. So currently, the bill that you have here says it will direct Texas to adopt year-round daylight savings time, and it only goes into effect if Congress adopts necessary legislation. Is that how it works?
Sure, that's it. And just like the bills we had last decade, this decade, this is really all waiting upon the federal government. You remember the Sunshine Act that Senator Rubio had that passed the Senate. Senator Cruz has picked this up. There is support from the executive branch for it, but there's really tremendous support for it, nationwide. And I want to thank you because I know we joint authored a bill. What year was it? 2019 or 17? And the polls are overwhelming on which way to go. We'll see what the federal Congress does, and yes, and maybe we're going to come back next session. Maybe we'll do, do another poll of the public.
Well, I think it would have been, my opinion, would have been better to do a constitutional amendment to let the voters decide if they want daylight savings or standard time. But I'm good with us going in one direction. The going back and forth is the part that makes no sense.
No, and it makes no sense to the vast majority of Texans. Yeah. And you and I have had that idea for a public plebiscite before. Greater minds than ours, maybe even Lieutenant Governor's thought of it too. And maybe we'll do that in the future. But it's time for the federal Congress to act. That's really what the states are saying, because we'll be the 18th state saying, hey, let's make a decision with the federal Congress.
Sounds good. Thank you for picking up this bill. I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Right. Thank you, Senator Menendez. Thank you being for Texas time before it was cool to be for Texas time.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator yield for a couple of questions.
Do you yield Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
You recognize Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one positive aspect of your bill, House Bill 1393, is that right now, under present daylight savings time, there's been a lot of negative impact on the health of people. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think the lighter longer is by far the better strategy than in this modern economy and modern age. And I think that what we're, right now we're in the middle of not quite peak daylight savings time. That's actually next month, but the time since the shift has been, much more outdoor activities after work. I think people are very used to coming home, being able to do something. The lighter earlier, really, it's very difficult to use that hour before an 8 a.m. start of school or work very effectively, but you can use the several hours later up through dusk. And I think that's why the polling is overwhelmingly, in favor of first off, it's overwhelmingly in favor of one time, and then as a sub bracket of that, DST certainly leads, standard time.
And the bottom line is that all the studies have been done on the impact that it has on the health of people has shown that the change in time, as we have it under present law, has had a very negative impact on the health of people in general.
Well, I think there's no question that again, in the 21st century economy, people enjoy that extra daylight time. So, and again, this is up to the federal Congress because really now we're joining 18 states that have said we'd like this option, but it's going to take an act of the Congress to make a difference. But we're expressing our opinion, at least here.
Thank you, Senator
Oh, thank
Betancourt.
you for your opinion too, Senator Hinojosa. I know you've been supportive of this for some time as well.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1393. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado,
There
Betancourt.
being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1393. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1393 relating to daylight savings time.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to the third reading of House Bill 1393.
Member Senator Betancourt moves passage to third reading. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Burwell, Blanco.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the bill is passed third reading. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Member Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There being
Burwell.
27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 1393. Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1393 relating to daylight saving time.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have a feeling I'll have an unpopular viewpoint here, but I do urge you all to listen to it. Everybody hates the time change. Senator Betancourt, you and I have talked about this a number of times. And so the question is, do we go with daylight savings time and always be an hour ahead of where we established our clock centuries ago? Or do we go back to what we've done for centuries? And I would argue that we should not adopt daylight savings time. I know it feels like it's a lot of fun sometimes, but this has been studied medically, and there is a ton of health risks. And before you pass a law that could result in the permanent adoption of this, while we have all these concerns this session about the health of our nation, consider that the American Academy of Sleep Medicine have determined that daylight savings time itself disrupts the body's natural circadian rhythms and affects sleep. It doesn't mean that you're like drowsy for a couple days after the time change and then you adapt. What they found is you don't fully adapt, and there will be a constant disruption in your sleep. Moreover, less morning light is what we're giving up here, decreases serotonin levels and leads the average person to get 40 minutes less of sleep. Both sides of the debate argue that the time change creates health risks, but this bill is not the solution that experts recommend. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine and Sleep Research Society and the American Medical Association advocated in 2022, not like 1922, but 2022, that a U.S. Senate bill, they advocated against a U.S. Senate bill that would have created year-round daylight savings time. Moreover, a study from Current Biology found that a stress delivery, ivory metabolism, something would result, having to do with daylight savings time. The words don't matter. It would result in the state's residents driving to work drowsy on dark roads, which could cause an increase in traffic accidents, risking lives and costing millions of dollars. But we actually have some evidence from the past. There have been other studies that have shown kids get run over in parking lots when they're dropped off for schools because they're being taken to school in the dark. Interestingly, approximately 52 years ago, almost, maybe 51 years ago, the United States of America, this country, our country, attempted a 2-year trial run on daylight savings time. This was 1974. But the U.S. ended the practice within 1 year due to its unpopularity. Why? Kids were leaving for school in the dark. Morning traffic accidents in Florida led to 8 children being killed, prompting the governor to ask for the law to be repealed. During this, quote, trial period, public support, we're talking about polling, Senator Betancourt, when we're talking about polling and how popular this is, public support for this change was 79%. In 1 year after actually doing it, it dropped to 42%. So anybody who was planning to vote yes, maybe this is the moment you decide, nah, let's just have the clocks be what they always were. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my House sponsor, Will Metcalf. And let's move final passage of Texas time, House Bill 1393.
Member Senator Betancourt moves final passage HB 1393. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Kokhorst for a motion to concur on House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 493.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to concur to the House amendments to Senate Bill 493. Members, Senate Bill 493 protects pharmacists' right to counsel patients on the best price option for prescription drugs and promotes greater cost transparency for the consumer by ensuring pharmacists can freely inform patients about the lowest cost prescription options. The House added one amendment that changed the location of the bill provisions from the Occupations Code to the Insurance Code, a more appropriate chapter in the context of health insurance overall. With that, I move to concur, and I want to thank the House sponsor, Representative Trey Wharton, who is a freshman state representative, did a great job on this bill.
Senator Kokhorst moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 493. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes, 0 nays. Motion is adopted.
I didn't kill your bill, did I?
Chair recognizes Senator Kokhorst for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 1388.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 1388. Senate Bill 1388 is the cleanup bill from SB Senate Bill 24 last session. The bill provided clarifying language to ensure that the core mission of Thriving Texas Families is to provide pro-life, family-focused services to pregnant women and their families who are facing unplanned pregnancies or simply need assistance while they are navigating the life with babies and young children. The House added one small amendment to direct HHSC to provide support and technical assistance to small eligible providers that would like to apply directly to HHSC for Thriving Texas Family grants. Members, it's acceptable, and with that, I move to concur, and I want to thank Representative James Frank, who helped me with Senate Bill 24, and then also Senate Bill 1388, which Senate Bill 24 created Thriving Texas Family program, and it's an honor to work with him on these issues.
Senator Kokhorst moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1388. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you. Members, thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 482.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House made the following amendments to Senate Bill 482. I move that the Senate concur with these House amendments. They amended the presumption statute to include utility workers. Under that statute, an actor is presumed to know the victim was a utility worker if the victim was wearing a distinctive uniform or badge indicating their employment or contractor status. Secondly, they added an amendment that adds interference with public duties to the list of crimes that will receive an enhanced penalty if it occurs during a declared disaster, This is an additional tool in the toolbox to protect utility workers when they are restoring service to our communities. I move to concur.
Senator Alvarado moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 482. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The motion is adopted. Senator Alvarado, do you have an important announcement to make?
Yes, I want to make sure he was here first.
Members?
I wanted to wish a very happy birthday to my counterpart, the chair of the Republican caucus. We have been friends for many years. We served together in the House. We served together in the Senate, and we serve as caucus chairs of our respective Democrat-Republican caucuses, and I think we have worked well together. Members, please help me wish Senator Tan Parker a happy birthday.
Chair recognizes Senator Paxton for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1951.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1951 provides additional transparency and taxpayer notice requirements with respect to late rendition penalties and removes the 5% financial incentive for appraisal districts to impose such penalties. Members, the House amendment to Senate Bill 1951 clarifies that a rendition penalty notice must be delivered by first-class mail, except that the notice must be delivered by certified mail if the property was not listed on the appraisal roll the preceding tax year. This will help ensure appraisal districts don't receive excessive mailing fees for rendition penalty notices. I move to concur.
Senator Paxton moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1951. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
25 ayes, 6 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Probably. Okay.
Still waiting on amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a motion to concur in House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 1241.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1241. The House amendments return the bill to the carefully negotiated version that reflects input from multiple admissions testing providers and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. This is an important measure that expands options for prospective college students by allowing them to choose the admissions test that best showcases their academic abilities. It also removes outdated vendor-specific language from statute, ensuring a more neutral and competitive landscape. And it also implements the new choice of testing in the fall 2028 semester, and I move concurrence.
Senator Middleton moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 1241. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
24 ayes, 7 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 841.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 841. Senators, you may recall this is the bill that passed both houses unanimously. You're dealing with situations when subcontractors and suppliers don't pay their vendors after they've been paid. It's a real problem, and it wreaks havoc. It causes increased cost, and it hurts small business, and it really hurts working folks. And so the amendments in the House make sense. They're consistent with the bill. We believe they improve the bill, and I move we concur with House amendments.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 841. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1350.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1350. Senators, you may recall, Senate Bill 1350 sets the stage for something very special, Texas bicentennial coming up in 2036. Not just an anniversary, but really a once-in-a-generation opportunity to honor 200 years of Texas independence and everything that's gone with that, and all we've learned, the good experiences, the bad ones, and the future that God's blessed us with. There was one amendment which came from folks in the private sector who are going to be participating and working hard and volunteering and sacrificing to get this done. We believe it's a good amendment to allow nonprofits to participate and partner with us, and so I move we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1350.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1350. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2143.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 2143 is fire marshal designated as peace officers. 2143 contains an amendment that worked on with the fire marshal. The amendment removes language that conflicts with another bill, House Bill 3687 with Representative Harless. Additionally, the bill allows fire marshals to continue to enforce laws. With that, I move to concur.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2143. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Zaffarini for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1559.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 1559 relating to conflicts between a protective order and certain other orders and to the transfer of protective order. Members, the House added an acceptable amendment. It clarifies a protective order prevails over any other order rendered in a divorce or a suit affecting a parent-child relationship if there is a conflict between the two. Ensure courts transfer a protective order to a court with a divorce or suit affecting a parent-child relationship unless the transfer negatively will impact the safety of a person protected by the order. Require all parties involved in the transfer to be notified of the motion. Allow any party to contest the transfer. The amendment is acceptable, and I move to concur.
Senator Zaffarini moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1559. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion to not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2155.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2155 had an amendment on it that is not something we can concur with. So with that, I do not concur, refuse to concur to Senate Bill 2155 and appoint a conference committee.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2155 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2155. Chair, Senator Perry. Members, Senators Hancock, Colcourse, Sparks, and Blanco.
Members, we're about to take a break for about an hour for committees to meet. Chair recognizes Senator Flores.
President, members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Criminal Justice can hear the following bills. House Bill 2017, House Bill 2854, and House Bill 2306 today, Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, 2 p.m. or upon adjournment recess in E1.016.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted.
Mr. President, that just if I may, that we will meet.
Senator Flores, you're recognized.
We'll meet in E1.016 during the time the Senate is in recess in about, 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Senator Flores. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110, 1118, so that the Senate Committee on Local Government can add the following bills to our previously posted agenda for our hearing today, Thursday, May 22nd, in the Betty King Room, upon recess of the Senate floor. These are district creation bills that were referred to Local Government Committee yesterday. House Bill 5320, House Bill 5437, House Bill 5651, House Bill 5654, House Bill 5656, House Bill 5658, House Bill 5661, House Bill 5662, House Bill 5665, House Bill 5666, House Bill 5670, House Bill 5672, House Bill 5674, House Bill 5677, House Bill 5679, House Bill 5680, House Bill 5682, House Bill 5694, House Bill 5696, House Bill 5699. Mr. President, members, if there are no questions. House Bill 599. Mr. President and members, there are no questions. I move suspension.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Senator Hancock, for what purpose?
For a motion.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110, 1118, so that the Senate Committee on Veteran Affairs can hear the following bills tomorrow, Friday, May 23rd at 8 a.m. in 2E20. That's the Betty King Room, HB 101, HB 290, HB 2193, HB 3359, HB 5308, HB 5646. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, you've heard the motion from Senator Hancock. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Senator Middleton, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend all necessary posting rules to add HB 2853, sponsored by Senator Blanco, to the agenda for the Senate Education K-16 Committee hearing today, Thursday, May 22nd, in E1.028, and I move suspension.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Hughes.
Mr. President, I'd like to make an announcement and a motion, if that's in order. I had previously informed members of the State Affairs Committee that we would be voting in the press room upon this break. That is no longer the plan. So I'd like to make a motion with the new plan. So I move to suspend the posting rules and all necessary rules to allow the Committee on State Affairs to resume its meeting, which began this morning in the Senate chamber. We had to stop the meeting when the Senate came in. We want to resume our previously posted meeting for this morning in the Senate chamber, but we will resume in E1012 at 5 p.m. So my motion is to suspend the posting rules and all necessary rules to allow the State Affairs Committee to resume its previously posted meeting in E1012, new location, at 5 p.m., and that's my motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just want to announce that the Senate Committee on Education, K-16, will meet at a later time after the floor this evening. So not right now, but at a later time after the floor this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with the Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services can meet this afternoon, Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, in the press room right here upon our recess to consider pending business. Mr. President and members, I will give a time certain, and that will be at 4:55 today, 4:55.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
For an announcement on behalf of Senator Hall.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110 and 1118 so that the Senate Committee on Administration can hear the following bills tomorrow, Friday, May 23rd, 2025 at 8 a.m. in E1 714. HCR 142, designating Fort Worth as the official aviation and defense capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending 2035. Mr. President and members, if there are no questions, I move suspension.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I know that I moved to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Committee on Health and Human Services, Senate Committee on Health and Human Services could meet this afternoon at 4:55. That clock is fast. But I want to clarify that that is in 2E.9, which I said was the press room. It is the press room, but I want to make sure the public knows that's 2E.9. to consider pending business.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Colcourse. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an announcement. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rules in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10, 11.18, so that the Senate Committee on Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs can hear the following bills tomorrow, Friday, May 23rd, 2025, at 7 a.m. Members, 7 a.m. E1.012. Following bills: HB 654, HB 1523, HB 1690, HB 2080, HB 2128, HB 3333, HB 3898, HB 4158, HB 4530, HB 4630, HB 5339, HB 5659, HCR 76, and HCR 108.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate recess so that the committees can meet until 6:30 today, Thursday, May 22nd.
Members, is there objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, the Senate stands in recess till 6:30 p.m.
Senate will come to order. Senator Perry, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member HB 6 with Representative Jeff Leach and I have partnered together to finally reform schoolhouse discipline issues through Chapter 37 reforms. As a result, many parents, teachers, and school administrators have raised concerns that violent and threatening students are regularly placing public schools at a risk of harm. Additionally, the current process for discipline are often insufficient to address the dangerous student behaviors they face today. Furthermore, there's already been a steady rise in students that are engaging in classroom disruptions and inappropriate behaviors. These disruptions are impeding both the ability of teachers to teach and the ability of students to learn. After hearing from many stakeholders for several years, a couple of sessions, we have attempted to draft a bill that achieves the goals of both the House and the Senate. HB 6 is intended to holistically review how we address school discipline in our public schools. With that, move to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute House Bill 6. And by the way, members, there will be several amendments that have been worked together, stakeholders, that will actually make the bill a lot better. Thank you for that.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Perry, do you yield?
I yield.
First of all, let me say, Senator Perry, I want to thank you for all of the work you have been working. I mean, it's been not just today, but months and months, and in the last week or so, you have been very, very open to a lot of our concerns. And the amendments that we've been able to work out together with yourself, with Chairman Leach across the aisle, and so many other of the stakeholders, I think are definitely going to make this bill better. Well, I'm trying to give people time to get here. Oh, yeah, the people behind me, all the folks. But I just want to say, the amendments we're going to address are going to address several points. One, the fact that, the question is, in the amendments, you're going to address the potential to help out school districts that had been feeling like we were forcing them to send a kid on a first-time offense to DAP. We're going to address that with amendments, correct?
That's correct. You're laying out that amendment that we've reviewed and looked at and agree with, that effectively the districts are going to have a may option.
Correct.
If it's a first-time offense, they still have the option of sending them to DAP.
Right.
If it's just blatantly fragrant in the face of the district that this kid didn't get it and they did it intentionally. It gives that, the good example that was given to me, a 9-year-old girl went to school. Her older brother stuck an empty vape cartridge in the person's backpack. That student went to school, the little 9-year-old girl, unbeknownst to her, it was discovered, and under the current law, the districts didn't think they had any options. That poor girl received 14 days of in-school suspension for something that she had no part of and should not have been. So what this is going to do is give the district options to either DAP or 10-day suspension on a one-time offense. And that's very adequate. And remember, I remind the district, it's a good point to point out, we have mitigating factors that they can consider on all levels regarding this vape issue. So that would have been a mitigating factor, right, had they felt comfortable getting past the shall.
Right.
And they just weren't comfortable getting past the shall. So I've had this at every district. Actually, it was one of the things that when we made this bill apply to all district of innovations, one of the district of innovations, mainly one of the big pieces of that, they were workarounds to this vape issue. So now having district of innovations out of it, included in the bill now, they were at a loss for how to go about it. So your amendment that's going to be to take that to a May first-time offense, but still leave both options over, is where that's going to give them some cover.
Appreciate that. And I know also, I believe there's some amendments coming up with Senator West and Senator Betancourt that address the issue of whether that we're no longer going to be suing parents, in state court. That you're going to have a different methodology to get them involved in the discipline of their kids.
Right. There was a place in there where if you couldn't get parents, and obviously part of the reason we're having discipline issues is because sometimes the parents are disengaged or check out. So there was a provision in the current bill, but the amendment corrects it, that the district could actually have a court order, if you will, to bring the parent to the table. What we chose to do is remove the state court option or the court active court order and replace it with, if the parent will engage, the suspension can be reduced.
Right.
So it's a carrot. It's probably the right policy, and I think it's probably a better start than automatically being able to drag the parent to court.
Appreciate that very much. Completely agree. I can't imagine parents sometimes they might feel double victimized if they got a kid that's out of control, and then they get sued by the school district and they got to go deal with that situation. The last point I was going to bring up, I believe that I know, once again, Senator West or Miles, myself, and others, we would have talked to you about, the very littles, the K through third grade, the idea of suspending them. And we're going to talk about it, but you've talked and worked through, and we've got an amendment that's going to help make sure that they're not going to be sent out, expelled, or suspended out of school unless there's some mitigating factors.
Yeah, to be clear, we want what's referred to as the room clear.
Clearers, the classroom
clears.
Yeah.
Kids that actually clear a room every time there's an episode. Disruptions, continuity disrupting the learning environment. Teachers had told me some of those kids are so out of control, they literally move the class out in the hallway and wait for the episode, whatever it's about, to be over. The districts are screaming for relief on that. So to date, and then there's the other offenses, assault, violence, those things. Those kids are automatically under the bill now going outside the system. But these kids that are disruptors, habitually disruptors, if they're continually at it and become such a problem, they will have an opportunity to be out. But that's like last line of defense after an in-school suspension.
Right.
So they get that route first.
Right.
And you know how that goes. Before you get to the in-school suspension, you've had multiple meetings, multiple conversations, multiple interactions with something to help that child through that stuff. If the in-school suspension doesn't fix it and they come back into the classroom and consistently are the problem, then you will get to have an out-of-school experience.
Well, I'll close with this. Senator Perry, teachers have been begging for help, and many of them are concerned or worried or frightened. And in our desire to help them establish control and safety in the classroom, not just for themselves, but for all the students that are trying to learn, I appreciate that you were so open to listening to help us find the appropriate balance and making sure that we don't just arbitrarily move kids out of the classroom for any old reason and put them in a situation where they're not going to have any educational opportunities. So,
and I would be remiss if I didn't point, this has been 3 sessions in the making. I was aware of this problem and tried to bring it to a head 3 sessions ago. The truth of the matter is, this is a better bill today because it had time, and with Chairman Leach over in the House, his involvement the last 2 years in it, all of that compiled with lots of stakeholder input. No district wants to give up on a child. No district wants to not have a redemption feature.
Right.
But we've reached a crisis point where there's just some kids that absolutely are such a deterrent to the overall learning process that we have to find a better way. I'm confident that when those kids are in those situations, we will find a better way to address their issues and actually give them a learning experience that they need. But doing nothing today is not an option because it's the number one issue teachers leave the profession. The number one issue teachers leave the profession. So with that, HB 6 found that balance. I like where we're landed. It just takes a little bit longer than we all like to, but I could not have done it. We wouldn't be here today without multiple 6 years of lots of conversation on how to do it, and I think that's all paid dividends today.
Appreciate your hard work, appreciate your willingness to listen, and thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator West, what purpose? Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 6. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
24 ayes and 7 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for House Bill 6. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 6 relating to discipline management and access to telehealth mental health services in public schools.
Following amendment. Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Perry.
Senator Perry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 1 is simply a cleanup of a drafting error. When HB 6 and SB 1871 were combined, the language around charter schools was incorrectly changed. This amendment simply reverts the charter school language back to how it came over from the House. Effectively, the language allows charter schools to deny admission to students who have engaged in a conduct that was subject to DAP placement or expulsion from a public school.
Senator Betancourt, are you?
No, I thought that was my amendment, but obviously it's not, so.
Questions on the floor amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment's adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Perry.
Senator Perry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 64 Amendment number 2 is court-ordered parental involvement. In the original bill file, the districts had the opportunity to sue parents to get them to the table to discuss resolution plans for kids that find themselves in DAP and JJAEP. Under this amendment, we will remove the court order option and rather defer to a more carrot approach where if a child is in trouble and the parents choose to engage as they should, we will actually consider reducing the time in which that kid was going to be the suspension. So it's a carrot approach. I think most parents will appreciate it. It alleviates a whole lot of other hardships that a court order could cost, as well as time up time. So this one basically is removing the court order option that was once inside the bill to engage parents. We flipped it where if their engagement is, we'll actually reduce the suspension time.
Questions on the adoption floor amendment number 2? Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Menendez et al.
Senator Menendez, you are recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So last session, we passed a bill that would require mandatory expulsion for any vaping-related offenses. In many of my school districts, I've heard stories of superintendents unclogging pipes filled with handfuls of vapes. I've been told the student athletes and other high-performing students who are avoiding the bathroom during the day altogether because they don't want to be associated with an accusation of vaping that could make them late for class or get them expelled and kicked off of their extracurriculars. And, you know, we just don't have DAAP for young children in most parts of the state. So again, we're forced to hire staff and putting a young child in an environment that's only going to cause learning loss and loss of social connection. We have seen some districts of innovation opt for educational programming in the first-time offense, which offers a chance to inform students about the harms of these devices that they have on their developing bodies and their lungs. And with those lessons learned, the proposed amendment maintains the mandatory DAAP placement for any student who sells or delivers an e-cigarette, but allows schools to discipline a student for possession or by either 1, placing the student in DAP, or 2, placing a student in school suspension. It gives the schools the latitude. It allows that may. The amendment doesn't change current law as far as any possession of marijuana. It results in a mandatory placement in DAP, including possession in a vape. It just makes things a little more permissive on a first offense. We want to provide flexibility at the community level to make sure that we respond effectively to students' behavior, because I just think some children need to understand and be told, you know, you made a mistake, you borrowed something, you took something, you were curious, but there could be good kids that don't need, and the school still has the latitude to do it. So I want to thank Chairman Perry. You see his name. Senator West's name is on there as well. And I believe it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption of floor amendment number 3.
Member, it is acceptable to the author. I'd also want to, Senator Creighton, Chairman Creighton, put this in a couple of years or last session. Well intended, and it just had some really hard consequences for the districts. They were asking for relief, and to his credit, he is supportive of what we're doing here to give a student kind of that one-time shot, right, and to do a little education there. So we're in good shape, but I want to take time to thank Chairman Creighton on allowing this amendment to be set up. So with that, it is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 3? Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment's adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Perry.
In the bill currently, it states that schools shall review in-school suspension every 15 days. After talking to Senator West and other stakeholders, 15 seemed to be a little too long for the review. This amendment states that schools shall review in-school suspension every 10 days. Additionally, the amendment clarifies that school principals will review these placements to harmonize this section with other parts of 37. Chapter 37, this is a fair compromise without putting a hard cap on the number of days that can be sent to an in-school suspension.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 4? Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment's adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 5 by West.
Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this time, I'd move this particular amendment. Frankly, all this amendment is that we want to make certain that if a student is placed in in-school suspension, that they're able to get the comparable educational programs that they would if they were in faculty, if they were actually in the school, actually in the classroom, excuse me.
Senator Perry?
I worked with Senator West on this, agree with the idea here, and I am acceptable. The amendment is acceptable to me.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 5? Is there any objection? Hearing none. He is so ordered. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 6 by Bettencourt et al.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And Senator Perry, I just want to start with one thing. I remember 3 sessions ago, 2 sessions back, when you started this, and you knew this was a problem. And with typical Perry, bulldog style, 3 sessions later, you do have a better product. This amendment's part of it, but I really want to commend you for starting this. And I'm not sure when Chairman Leach added into the chain, but it's great to have such 2 vocal proponents of what we're in desperation for, and what the teachers are in desperation for, what the parents are in desperation for, what the students are in desperation for. It's for discipline in the classroom. And for my contribution, I wanted to add this amendment requires documentation of the conduct that results in out-of-school suspensions for kindergarten through 3rd grade students. This amendment adds changes to Chapter 37 of the Education Code relating to discipline, law, and order, specifically Section 37.005. It specifies that a student is enrolled in grade level below 3 may not be placed in out-of-school suspension unless while they are on school property or while attending a school-sponsored or school-related activity on or off school property, the student engages in, and this is the key point, documented conduct that results in repeated or significant disruption in the classroom. This discussion started down with Chairman Creighton this morning and came up to the floor with you, expanded with Senator West and Senator Menendez and I. It's what I really love about the Texas Senate, because there was a bipartisan solution waiting to happen. Then we brought Representative Leach into it as the chair on the other side. And this is a great add because it simply resolves, for what K through 3rd graders need, which is some understanding, but also if there's a real problem, that something will happen.
Yeah, that's right. And so to kind of give some districts that are listening, they seem to be listening quite a lot these days, and they know my moves before I do. Basically, this section, the change is requiring a documented conduct. And I remind districts that before you get to an out-of-school suspension for a K through 3, you have an in-school suspension. So there's going to be a long history of documenting multiple factors long before this is due. But all we're saying is you got to have documented the conduct that justifies a K through 3 being effectively out-of-school suspension.
So I want to thank Chairman Leach for this one as well, because this is just really common sense, and this is Texas legislator at its best, Senator West, and I want to thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. Senator Menendez and Senator Perry, of course, for being the wheelhouse on this. Looks like this bill is going to fly, and more importantly, that schools, parents, teachers, students finally get the discipline in classroom that they need. So you really want to commend you, Senator Perry.
Senator Cook, for what purpose? Senator Cook, for what purpose?
Never mind, thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Senator Bettencourt, do you yield?
I yield.
Yeah, author of the amendment.
Oh, the author, I'm sorry.
I certainly yield.
So, just very briefly, I'm not sure if you followed the Houston Chronicle, I guess it may have been a week or so ago, days are all running together, issued an op-ed about the Texas legislature expelling or sending, 5-year-olds home, something like that. And what I want is this amendment and this conversation, it's important for the media, people watching, but most importantly for all the superintendents out there, because I love what you just said, Chairman Perry. It's important, don't you agree, that sending a child home, a 5-year-old, a K through 3, is the last thing we want to do, but we're not going to let them rob the other kids of their education.
Absolutely, Senator Mendez. And, you know, I think I saw something like that, but, you know, actually, I think, why don't you move that we reduce this, change the writing, and I'm going to send it to the Houston Chronicle and ask them to print it.
You know, I mean, that's the thing is that sometimes people miss the details of the legislation. And so this is not the first step just to suspend a child, but we're also not going to let them rob the other children of their education.
No, and that's why, Senator Menendez, this was such a key point for everyone to come together and bipartisan, because it's the heart of the bill, okay? It's the heart of what we want to do, which is have, you know, K through 3, have them, have to have multiple documentation of this, as well as the fact that understand that out-of-school suspension is a pretty traumatic thing for that grade. But having this discussion is what the Chronicle missed, because no one wants that, what was printed in that article, and certainly no one on this floor, and I know that Chairman Leach doesn't want it either.
Well, I want to thank Senator Miles and Senator West for their input in this, because, I mean, I can't imagine how many calls we'd get from our constituents if it was just randomly suspending out of school K through 3.
No, it's just part of this frothy, preposterous, environment that kind of gins up on social media. But here's the real discussion.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Perry?
It is acceptable to the author. It's a good amendment. I just keep stressing that district's the only real change to what it was originally filed as the requirement to have documented. Additionally, I want to remind all of those parents or district employees and people who are listening, you got to be really in a hard place for a kid to get removed. But we did maintain that if they're a threat to the classroom, threat to themselves, threat to somebody else, that's an automatic. So basically, we left everything in there. We just required that you have a pretty good documented trail before you do that. So with that, the amendment is acceptable. I do appreciate Senator West and all of those folks that were engaged in that. And Representative Leach, or Chairman Leach, was extremely clarity on, and it is the heart of the bill. This is where we were trying to thread the needle. This disruptor is a large area, but if it's consistent and prevails every day, it has to be dealt with. So I appreciate, move adoption, or whose amendment is it? It was yours. You move. It is agreeable to the author.
Move adoption of floor amendment number 6.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 6? Their objection? Hearing none. The motion is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
And Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'd like to move that the conversation on amendment number 1 be reduced in writing into the journal.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Granted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 7 by Perry.
Senator Perry recognized.
Floor amendment number 7 is regarding virtual disciplinary placement, is for expellable offenses that only by changing the name of the program from virtual DAP to virtual expulsion program. The intent of the virtual expulsion program is only to be used as an alternative to expelling students to the streets. Students may not be placed in virtual expulsion program for low-level offenses or student code conduct violations. Additionally, a student may not be placed in a virtual expulsion program if the county has a JJAEP unless the JJAEP is full. That was conversations with Senator West, and I think it provides clarity in an area where it would have left the districts up to some unknown. So I hope that is exactly what the effect is. With that, I move adoption.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 7? Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 8 by Perry.
Senator Perry recognized.
Thank you. Floor amendment number 8, members. Currently, HB 6 contains a list of SPED professionals that may serve on a threat assessment team that is evaluating a student with disabilities. This amendment adds educational diagnosticians, and behavioral specialist to the list of professionals that may evaluate a SPED student during threat assessment.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 8? Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Now,
Floor amendment number 9 by Perry.
Senator Perry, you recognized.
this is the amendment we previously talked about. Originally, the bill allowed, actually, no, I'm sorry, this is different. There was another section of the bill that referred to a federal process through the HONIG provision, in that states have the right to file with the federal government through the HONIG provision if a student was at a certain level of issue. So what we had done in the previous bill is mirrored that as a state order court process similar to HONIG. And in this amendment, we are basically removing the state counterpart to the HONIG amendment. Therefore, we didn't change anything at the end of the day. It's still a federal assessment, still a federal process. Districts won't have a state mirrored process that mirrored the federal. We took that provision out. That was novel, new, created some heartburn. It's a little bit unknown. They still would end up going through the federal process at the end of the day. So that's effectively what it does, is put it back to federal law.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 9? Is there objection? Hearing none, motion adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 10 by Perry.
Senator Perry, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 10, when we heard Senate Bill 1871, the Senate floor, we added an amendment to align TCHAT language with how the program currently works. Due to a drafting error, when HB 6 and SB 1870 were combined, TCHAT amendment was not added to the bill. This amendment simply adds the same TCHAT cleanup language that was previously added to 1871.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 10? Is there any? Senator West.
Hold it.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Now, what is this amendment? Question of the author of the amendment.
Senator Perry, do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Perry, what does this amendment do again?
So basically, in the original filing and now subsequent to it, we matched up the TCHAT language. We put TCHAT as a part of the process, right? If the kids are in trouble, in that we reaffirmed that parental consent, as it currently is in the other TCHAT arenas, that you still have to have parental consent. But that's really, when the draft was combined with 6 and 1871, that TCHAT provision was left out. We're putting it in as it was in 1871.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 10? Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion.
Move past the third reading.
Senator Perry moves past the third reading. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Bill is passed the third reading. Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passes. Committee substitute for House Bill 6. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 6 relating to discipline management and access to telehealth mental health services in public schools.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage committee substitute House Bill 6, and I'm thankful for those that contributed to a bill that was woefully overdue and needed muchly, and I believe it's going to address a big problem that's long overdue. Thank you guys for participating.
Senator Perry moves final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 6. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Chair recognizes Senator Blanco for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 912.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 912. Members, this bill directs state health care licensing agencies to modernize their continuing education tracking system. The House amendment by Chairman Guillen pushes the implementation deadline by 1 year for licensing agencies under TDLR, as TDLR is currently finalizing extensive software RFP that will comply with this bill. The extra year will avoid requiring TDLR to implement a stopgap while they implement their software changes. Mr. President, I move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 912.
Senator Blanco moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 912. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes and 3 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
The man of the hour you've all been waiting for. I wasn't talking to you, Senator Hughes. It's about Senator Creighton. Senator Menendez, for what purpose? Do you already have a question before we start?
Mr. President, I'm just getting ready to ask questions of the author. He's been working so hard. I don't want to keep him here any later than we have to.
You just want to be sure your light didn't burn out in there. You're ready to go. Paul, leave him alone. Don't give me I need a minute. Is the Creighton and Patrick team back there? Are you all ready to go? Thumbs up. All right, they're calling you, Senator Creighton. Paul, you're slowing him down. Senator Creighton, by the way, at 7 a.m. this morning, he said he wanted to be the last bill of the day. I said, no, you can't be the last bill of the day. Here we go. So, committee substitute for House Bill 2, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate the time you've dedicated, not just through the day today and with your patience in the final drafting of this historic bill. I also appreciate all of the time that all members on this floor have dedicated to education bills throughout the session. There's no question that the Texas Senate has prioritized education throughout this session with our funding decisions and our commitment to the best policies for Texas students. We're almost to the finish line. House Bill 2 may be the most transformative education plan that Texas has ever seen. 2 years ago, this chamber passed historic education reforms and funding and took historic steps forward, but as we all know, the bill did not make it across the finish line. In hindsight, maybe the wait was worth it, because this legislation, House Bill 2, delivers what Texas students and Texas educators.
Members, can we have some quiet? We have a lot of conversations on the floor. Speak softly or take it to behind the rail. Senator Colcourse, Senator Miles. Okay, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
still working their bills, Mr. President. I have great respect for that. 2 years ago, this chamber passed historic education reforms and funding and took many steps forward, but as we all know, that effort did not make it across the finish line. In hindsight, maybe the wait was worth it, because this legislation, House Bill 2, delivers what Texas students and educators truly need and have been asking for. This is not just a funding bill. It's a long-term commitment to the future of public education. This plan is the product of months of negotiations and feedback from our parents, from our teachers, our even students and stakeholders from across every corner of the state. And House Bill 2 reflects a conservative, student-centered approach built on targeted investments, not bureaucracy. With $8.5 billion in new funding, members, normally from biennium to biennium, we average $2 billion of new funding for our public schools. With $8.5 billion in new funding, House Bill 2 is the most transformative education package in Texas history. And I call it that because we have policies within this bill that will change public education forever, along with the historic investment. Even surpassing House Bill 3 from 2019 and every major public education before it. And I say that because even though the dollars are similar on the investment, the dollars in this bill continue to travel. With a permanent teacher pay raise allotment for the first time in Texas history, that pay raise will continue beyond this biennium. In the past, we've heard those pay raises called stipends and bonuses. That is not what we have in this legislation. By statute, that pay raise continues to grow over time. Those cups continue to be filled on behalf of our teachers, and that money continues to work, and that investment continues to work on behalf of our teachers, that we'll see through this legislation that the Texas legislature listened well and that we have their back, as many of them have made incredible decisions on whether or not to stay in the profession. This legislation and the legislation that Senator Perry brought forward not an hour ago on student discipline will satisfy the top two most surveyed concerns of our 370,000 teachers in this state. Will our campuses and my classroom be safe? Will I be safe? And will I be compensated in a way that helps me take care of my family from here forward? This permanent teacher retention allotment delivers across-the-board raises for every Texas teacher with 3 or more years of experience. Members, as we've talked about, we're 14th in the nation in ranking for starting salaries for our teachers, but we're towards the bottom for our experienced teachers, and that's why we have been losing our experienced teachers. This is nearly the same framework that this body passed unanimously in February through Senate Bill 26, and now it's about to become law. We added $500 million for essential school staff who keep our campuses running day in and day out. Our bus drivers, our counselors, our librarians, our support personnel who are the backbone of our schools, to make sure that everyone is included in this effort. And along with that, I want to be clear that these pay raise increases are not for upper level administrators. We appreciate them and their work, but this investment is for the classroom and for those employees throughout the school that keep that school running, that keep that school successful, that keep that education footprint working as a community on behalf of our students. This isn't just funding. HB2 invests in the future of the profession, funding the teacher incentive allotment, offering free pre-K for teachers that have their own small children in those schools that they teach in. But currently, that's part of a deduction out of their paycheck when that program's already offered in those schools. We're correcting that. And we're standing strong for our teachers in ways beyond just compensation and beyond just safe and orderly classrooms. We're making sure that state-backed liability coverage is offered in an inexpensive manner. So what teachers find now is that they have insurance coverage, but it is involving during instructional time, but not if they are hurt or if they have to defend themselves in a situation like a coach in my district had to do, where he benched one of his own players for throwing a cheap shot. And when he arrived back at the high school driving the team bus, family members were waiting on him to punish him for benching their child. And he had to defend himself against many, and he was hospitalized for it. But he faces potential litigation against him for defending himself. That liability coverage that's in this bill will cost our teachers about $2.25 a month, and the state will cover the rest. And members, that is something that we should have been doing prior as part of a teacher rights package, because at the end of the day, our teachers need to be safe. They need to be able to walk to their vehicles in the evening safe. They need to be able to drive a bus back from an away game for their team and be safe. We've dedicated nearly $200 million to strengthen teacher preparation and certification, knowing that 56% of the teachers hired in Texas last year were uncertified. This investment allows those that have changed professions, and we're thankful for them. They've had a passion, a heart, and a mind to enter the classroom, but maybe they don't have the extra funds to pay for the preparation and the certification and the testing that it takes. This legislation sets about certain pathways that they can choose and work with their school district with financial incentives to get them to that destination quickly. That helps them as they've changed professions to reach their goals, and that helps our kids in these classrooms that in foundational subjects, K1, 2, 3, those grades, and the foundational subjects within those grades, we will make sure on a timeline in this legislation that all teachers teaching those grades and those foundational subjects will be certified. For our students with learning differences, we've included an additional $800 million in special education funding and covering $1,000 per evaluation, a direct response to the growing demand from families and schools across Texas, as we've seen a growing trend, and we heard these presentations in Senate Finance, of the increase in the number of evaluations requested for students that may have special needs and challenges related to learning. Just the dyslexia population alone has grown at a tremendous pace, and we're answering the call with not just policy, but with funding to make sure that those students are adequately taken care of. House Bill 2 also dedicates $433 million for early literacy and math interventions and supports. Members, you all know that for these early years, if they don't perform at grade level and continue to ascend to the next grade, they're going to be behind. And if they're behind in these early grades, by the time they're in 7th and 8th, they start to lose relevancy to why even high school may matter. We are addressing specific strategies, members. This isn't just a blank check for our school districts. This is historic funding, and it's also data and outcomes driven. We're supporting small and mid-sized districts with over $300 million additional dollars in investment and increasing the weights to make sure that our districts that have trouble with scale, but they take our bills and our policies every single session, that they have the additional supports they need and desperately have been asking for. Our commitment to safety for our schools, to keep our students, our classrooms, our campuses, our teachers safe, a $400 million new funding investment for school safety, and a $1.3 billion critical funds investment for insurance and health care and TRS and transportation costs will be found in a new allotment that we're establishing for the future. So, members, there's been much discussion about the $55 in the basic allotment. And if you found yourself in conversations about the $55 in the basic allotment as an increase, that conversation for the stakeholders that you've had outreach from represents less than 10% of the new dollars flowing to public schools represented in this HB2 legislation. So again, I want to repeat that. Any concerns that you have had through outreach related to the basic allotment plus $55 has been a conversation and a concern about less than 10% of the dollars that will flow to our schools, where every school district in Texas is a big winner. Historic. We've advanced targeted allotments, not just a basic allotment boost, but Texans expect education dollars to support teachers and students and to support the additional support staff that I mentioned earlier. But students, at the end of the day, they're our focus. The data that drives the policies that we all deliberate and end up through listening and witness testimony in our hearings and expertise, that data is infused within this bill from the damage of COVID and the damage of many different challenges that our schools have faced and our families have faced, our students have faced. We have met the challenge, not with a short-term and mid-term and long-term 10, 15-year plan, but with a 6 to 9 month plan that will be immediate impact for our schools. It's taken time and hard work to get here, but a plan that lifts every district, every campus, every educator, every student. It doesn't happen by accident. It takes a lot of collaboration, a lot of expertise, and resolve. I want to thank every senator on this floor, and I mean, we say that often, but I've talked to each and every one of you. You know why? Because you care so much for your schools. The Texas Senate cares deeply about public education. Every facet of it, every need, every student, every teacher, every employee, every administrator, and how it affects not just our campuses, but our communities, every one of you. And I have absolutely felt that from you and your staff and our Lieutenant Governor and his staff throughout this entire process. We've had some criticism, and it's been a long road through this session. But here we are in late May, late in the day, deep into session, and we're finishing strong for our public schools. And members, I know from conversations with each and every one of you before session, that was always the intention. So the media and the criticisms and a lot of the fear that was stoked, it's interesting where we ended up with a funding bill for our schools that is unmatched in history, with a teacher pay raise that is as significant or more so than any teacher pay raise in Texas history, and a permanence for a teacher allotment for compensation that will grow over time for the first time in Texas history, and we all work together to arrive there. It's amazing with that last sentence I just relayed that there's been very little coverage on that, because we've covered it many times. But you all have been patient, and we've arrived here for our schools and our students because we've been steadfast. It's not the critic, but it's the person in the arena. I think you all are familiar with something along those lines. We'll be offering a few amendments today to the bill, members, a master amendment that consolidates a lot of your input and your concerns that we'll explain. And I appreciate your time and your focus and your support and your help and assistance to continue to make this bill better. Because if there's anything that all of you are on this floor serving in very difficult times in politics and policy, it is because you all have a heart that beats for our Texas public schools. And I feel that every day, and it's a privilege to work with you. With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute for House Bill 2.
Not so fast. Senator Menendez, you've been waiting. What purpose?
Question to the author, Mr. President.
You yield.
I do yield, of course.
Before I ask a question, let me first thank you. Thank you for your commitment, your dedication, your hard work. But even more so, your openness to work with everybody on this floor. You've always had an open ear. You've never shut anybody down. And this is complicated work. And also for the collaborative effort with our colleagues in the House. You and the leadership in this building, the president and others have worked tirelessly. Been made aware. And I want to thank you for the historic funding for our teachers. I also, one of the things that has been very impressive, and it was really noticeable that you really did listen to many of our colleagues, was that new retention for the non-teachers, the bus drivers, the cafeteria workers, and that in the bill, in the amendment, I noticed that you put in there part-time so that they can't get out of funding those people who may work only early in the morning. I want to thank Senator Miles for his work on that, and it was good. Questions, though. I know on the pre-K, and if it were up to me, we'd have full-day universal pre-K in every neighborhood school, but we probably can't afford that at this time. The bill, as it was coming out, one of the versions, and I know now we're on, I can't remember which version we're on, but it limits the school's ability to charge tuition to offer pre-K students just outside the eligibility. The children are also not eligible for ESAs. I have a concern that this could reduce affordable options for my constituents, for families who may not have an affordable alternative for pre-K. And I was just wondering, in the current version that we're about to vote or we're considering, are we addressing that fact? Because I'm concerned that there might be some bureaucratic burden for districts who may need to repurpose some space in order to meet the pre-K requirements.
Yes. First, thank you, Senator Menendez, for all the work that you put into helping this to be a better bill. Our offices have worked closely together through the committee process. It's been a long road, not just this session, but last session. And as I mentioned in the layout, we never want it to be this way when we're attempting to accomplish a goal, but sometimes a session later, the product and the bill and the funding gets even better. And we're there. On this subject, you and I both have also had some discussions that we've passed some pre-K policies in the past where school districts have put those policies into place to help those kids that need help the most. But in many situations, about half the funding was there. Right. And we're coming through with this legislation to help shore quite a bit of that up to fill that gap and make sure the kids we intend to serve are served, and there's not an undue burden on the districts to be able to do so. You mentioned tuition.
Correct.
And the change to tuition-based pre-K in the 2027 and 2028 school year after next session, school districts that want to change tuition for pre-K to students who are not entitled to full-day pre-K, they have to work with a pre-K intermediary to verify that there are no eligible pre-K partners in the district. And that's a key change to the bill. But again, it doesn't kick in, that provision doesn't trigger until after we're in session next session. And we'll also be able to revisit that if there are some consequences that we're advised from the districts that are untenable. I believe that's responsible policy to follow. I think we have to make some adjustments and recalibrate as we continue this path with, I believe we passed the significant pre-K legislation maybe in 17 or 19. Right. I believe it was right in between one of those two sessions. And each session we continue to make changes.
I appreciate that. I think for me, it would be, with all the improvements that you've made to pre-K, it would be disheartening if our constituents couldn't have access affordable, if the school's already running it and they have space for them to be able to access that. I want to thank you for the special education evaluation reimbursement increase, the transportation reimbursement for sped ed. I wanted to ask you, did the retired teacher rehire support, is it still in the bill?
That policy's within the allotment, correct? Yeah, the new allotment. Okay. But we also had that policy traveling in separate legislation that I think you're thinking of because we had that in committee also. And, yes. and it was traveling as well, but this new allotment that we've put forward will accommodate that.
And I think that's one of my concerns because I understand that your bill has a prevailing clause that would supersede any legislation that we pass, and I'm concerned about if there was any confusion and we were expecting a different bill to handle that, like the rehire support, or for example, the portion of the bill that our parents with students with disabilities they need to be made aware of placement opportunities where we found out, we heard in committee that sometimes those opportunities come too late and they're not being told about them. And we heard the bill, House Bill 1188, the Hanley Act, and we all supported it, we voted it out. One of my concerns is that if we don't amend the bill, that potentially the prevailing clause language that's in your bill, that it could supersede that. And so that's one of the concerns that I have. What are your thoughts on that?
We definitely all agreed with the Hanley Act and that testimony and that policy. We want to see that continue to travel forward, and the provision that you're mentioning on this legislation and how it could supersede other provisions of other bills if there's conflict. Okay. That is typical in these big school finance bills because there are so many different education bills traveling through the session that having a governing provision like that would reconcile in the law any conflicts of law that could possibly make it through.
Right.
I don't see that particular conflict here, assuming that that separate bill that you're talking about, the Hanley Act, that it continues to travel, which we supported it, and we are continuing to allow that to move. But if you want to work with us directly on that,
Well,
certainly.
the good news, Mr. Chairman, is that the Hanley Act was signed by the governor into law. So I guess
already done.
It's done.
Yeah.
The drafters, though, were, as I talked to the drafters about this situation, they felt that, and Disability Rights Texas felt that working with TEA, they needed some rulemaking authority to clarify the definition of at-risk moving placement. That was one of the concerns that I have, and so I was going to try to present an amendment for that to make sure it's a no-cost amendment. It's a disability provision that would remove the SSLC disclosure because it's duplicative because of the Hanley Act taking care of that situation, giving the rulemaking authority to TA to ensure that our students at risk of being removed from their placements are eligible. So I just want to...
I think just by this exchange, you and I working together with TEA and rulemaking and expressing intent to handle any disparities there, I think that will go a long way, and I appreciate you bringing up the example.
Absolutely. You and I have had a conversation, and you mentioned it earlier in your bill layout. I think you said 50-something% of the teachers that have been hired recently are uncertified.
That's correct.
And we all have heard in committee how important certified teachers are, how much more beneficial they are to all of our students. And as we're making this investment in the future of our public school students with asking them, the schools to have certified teachers by 2030, I believe is what you're...
That's correct, especially in our foundational subjects for our youngest grades. That's
K
right.
through third grade, is that correct?
That's right.
And so I was just wondering, is there any, I guess I still don't understand the reason why we wouldn't want the same thing for all of our public schools, both traditional and charter.
Well, yes, we've had those conversations, of course, in committee, and right now, even though we're dealing with big dollars, we're dealing with still scarcity of dollars, and we're driving as many dollars as we possibly can to our traditional public schools with the highest of priority. That's not to say that we don't prioritize the certification of teachers in charter school classrooms, but we have to make sure that with the dollars that we are committed to here and the alarming trends in large numbers that we're seeing at scale for our traditional public schools and the pace by which they're hiring uncertified teachers, we're approaching 60% a year right now, and we used to traditionally have less than 10% of the total number of teachers in the classroom uncertified. So I certainly understand what you mean on that point. Charter schools receive federal Title I funding, and they're required to provide a notification to parents if they have uncertified teachers in the classrooms. I think certainly, just like traditional ISDs, their parents are going to react to that, and we may see some requests coming to us. We did some work for our charters this time around. It's a very small fraction of this bill, but it's tied to facilities and making sure that students have safe facilities and a learning environment. We're going to have to focus on that certification piece next time.
And I appreciate that. So basically, if I hear you correctly, we're appropriately concerned that our traditional public schools are hiring too many uncertified teachers. We want to change that. You've put money to help them grow their own or certify their teachers. 100% supportive of that. And I guess it's going to be a positive for them to be able to say, come to your traditional ISD school, neighborhood school, because we have certified teachers, whereas maybe they can say, and unfortunately the charter schools aren't being required to at this time. But I appreciate what you're saying. And as far as the facilities funding, we addressed in the past the fact that any taxpayer dollars that go towards facility fundings, those buildings would be owned by the taxpayers, correctly? They wouldn't be owned by a corporation or the charter school. I think we've got belt and suspenders on that, right?
There's many situations with our charters where their facilities are owned by nonprofits. There's many different structures and creative ways that they try to accomplish what a public school could accomplish. Of course, in many situations, it's just not the same because they don't, have elected boards. They don't all have the ability to go out for a bond election. There are just different types of requirements on charters. For instance, the one I brought up in committee, of course, which is if they fail 3 years in a row, they close. So there are different incentives on a charter school to, for instance, make sure they have certified teachers hired, because they've got to perform in a 36-month time frame in a manner that makes sure they're not receiving poor accountability ratings, or they shut down, and they shut down permanently. We're always talking about charters trading more flexibility for more accountability. But again, without elected boards, without the ability for many of them, most of them, to go out for bonds, with that trigger mechanism where if they fail 3 years in a row, they close, there's just a lack of parity on a two-way street in many situations. And when we start talking about parity, we might have to go the other direction on some parity that we don't want for our traditional publics. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess the reason I bring it up is in San Antonio recently, our school districts have to close about 29 campuses for a lack of students. Concern is that if we're putting more public tax dollars into building new buildings into a community that's already closing buildings, it may not be the most efficient way to deliver public education with limited resources. And so that's my concern, especially when Commissioner Morath just recently had to close a charter school, and we get stuck with then the buildings and then potentially the debt as well.
It's a great point, and I think it's fluid. I think with the changing landscape in public education today, exactly the impact that you're talking about on consequences. We have many different types of learning environments and entities that educate children, looking at some of those very buildings that public schools have had to close and approaching for some sort of a contractual arrangement to repurpose them for compensation. There's just day in and day out, and more as we progress through this growth compounded in Texas, there's a lack of available properties for those types of entities to go find. It's certainly less efficient to start the permitting process from the ground up in the construction process. I think we're going to see a changing landscape there where traditional ISDs might even have opportunities with some of those closed properties.
I hope so. One of the things that's so special about this bill is the way you've directed money into the classroom, into everyone that makes the school run. And in the process, with even as much money as has been allocated, and it's significant, I mean, one of the largest historic, as you've mentioned, it still doesn't seem like, like if we're not smart about it, as we go ongoing, we could find ourselves with almost two similar systems, duplicative systems, and that could put a huge strain on our budget. And I'll drop it for now, but that's a concern.
Well, those strategies are important that you mentioned. We are certainly driving towards specific outcomes based on the data that we're seeing. Members, if you look at the amount of investment that we're providing, just the fiscal consequences, or what we call the runs alone, on districts all across each of your Senate districts, the equivalent dollars poured into the BA would be a $400 to over $1,000 impact to the basic allotment. But the strategies that Senator Menendez that he's mentioning, we're not only providing new flexible dollars for districts, but we're also providing dollars that will travel and be deployed based on certain strategies that help teachers, that keep districts safe, that are a historic lift for special needs students, and that tie directly to early literacy and numeracy. It's going to be incredible in the way those dollars are deployed. We've got always, Senator Menendez, some things that we can improve on, that we can continue to work through the interim on, that we can recalibrate and shore up, and I'm going to work with you on that.
Thank you. My last point, in business and commerce, we've been hearing about the incredibly rising cost of insurance, right? Property casualty, our school districts along the coast are dealing with the TWIA on top of that, the windstorm insurance. In your bill, in your basic allotment, we had heard that you're going to allow for property and casualty insurance on page 22. I think there may have been a inadvertent mistake, or it was inadvertently left off on page 22 of your amendment. And I think we brought it up to you before. I checked with your staff on that.
That's correct. On the new allotment, members, the allotment for basic costs, not the basic allotment, but the new allotment we're creating for costs to the districts that they've really been telling us they need assistance and help with. Insurance and an insurance level up, a lift, is one of the categories they can use that new allotment for. Senator Menendez's office and mine have been working together to make sure that our original intent includes insurance as a category, and that will be added in the amendment process to make sure that it's on that list, along with transportation that's already included, along with a level up for TRS-related impact and other incendiary but important items that our districts need help with. Thank you, Senator Menendez, for mentioning that and also catching that.
Well, absolutely. You know, I have an amendment that would help with this, a study for rising costs of insurance, because some states have handled it well. California is an example of how not to handle it. They're having trouble getting insurance. Florida has an example of how they did handle it well with their insurance. And so I'd love to see us adopt a study for health and property insurance cost, and we can talk about that later. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your patience. Members, thank you for your patience. I didn't know we were going to be debating this so late, but this is probably one of the most important bills of the session, and it's affecting every one of the 5.5 million kids in our schools. And so I appreciate you indulging me in the questions. Thank you.
Always. Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute House Bill 2. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2 relating to public education and public school finance.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment represents the final deal made between the House and the Senate negotiators. This negotiated agreement creates 2 allotments not previously found in House Bill 2. As we've talked about in the layout, but also previously with our caucuses meeting and getting together, just sharing ideas, talking about what would improve the bill even more. The first allotment is the allotment for basic costs, or the ABC allotment. The allotment for basic costs, which Senator Menendez and I just had an exchange on, would allow for those fixed costs that districts are struggling with: transportation, insurance, any TRS-related impact from our teacher pay raise that's in a separate allotment. All of those would be found in this allotment for basic costs. This new allotment contains $1.2 billion in new state dollars to assist districts with the cost drivers hitting district budgets the hardest. Those cost drivers that are beyond compensation for employees. Districts will receive $106 per student enrolled. They may spend this allotment on transportation again, health insurance, TRS contributions, utilities, hiring retired teachers, as Senator Menendez mentioned. Those are the types of uses that the district will be able to use this new allotment for. The second new allotment is the support staff retention allotment. This allotment provides $500 million to districts to provide pay raises for full or part-time employees such as bus drivers or custodial staff, food service staff, administrative assistants, and other support staff. This allotment cannot be used to provide pay raises for superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, assistant principals, or other senior central office roles. Again, not because they're not essential to the leadership of our districts and our campuses, but because our auxiliary support staff and those that need help the most are the focus of this new allotment. There are many smaller changes in this amendment, including increased funding for windstorm insurance, changes to teacher pay, special education, CTE, and charter facilities funding that haven't had a weighted lift in over 8 years. Members, what does this amendment represent? And this is important, members. What does this amendment represent? It represents that our two chambers, the House and the Senate, can come together and work together in an efficient manner to do what's right for Texas students. And personally, I'm very proud of that narrative. We can make good on our promises to teachers, parents, and schools. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I yield, of course.
Senator Creighton, you and I have stood on this Senate floor many days and nights going back and forth about school finance and DEI and all sorts of other things. And of late, our conversation back and forth has been on the school finance and my quest for getting our drivers, our bus drivers, our custodial staff, and our food service staff in our school, in all our school systems, some support. So I stand here this evening, this late hour, to commend you on the work you've done and this amendment number 1 on HB 2. But as I stand here, I've got a couple of questions just for clarity to help not just my colleagues and I understand, but to help all of our Texans understand how this is going to work. So if you'll bear with me for about 3 or 4 questions, I'd appreciate it.
Of course.
Senator Creighton, in your hard work, you've designed an allotment, which is a mechanism that will allow this body, this legislature, to demonstrate our support for our staff, that we value and appreciate all the work they put in each and every day. Speaking of our auxiliary staff, particularly our bus drivers, our custodians, and our cooks. So explain to me how this will work. This is an allotment, and if it's correct, my understanding is correct, it's a creation of a pool of money, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that will allow our support staff to be given raises through that pool of money, is that correct?
That's right.
And the allotment is it dispersed? Is it going to be dispersed, or is it something they got to apply for? Or will our support staff automatically be given a raise? Or is it a process they have to go through? Can you help me to navigate through that.
First of all, Senator Miles, I want to say thank you for your advocacy that ended up resulting in this allotment being created, and working with my office and just continuing to be a strong voice for all that are represented and who will benefit from this allotment. I appreciate that working relationship and your mention of those days on the floor that I've always enjoyed our exchanges, and you,
likewise.
Iron sharpens iron, right? This allotment is $500 million. It's $500 million invested in the bill. It's represented through $45 a student, so per student, that will go to the districts that are already reporting on the number of employees that they have and how each of those employees are coded into a system. And that allotment will be directed based on the strict nature of how this bill, this allotment itself, it doesn't travel for upper level administration. It travels for exactly those employees, full-time and part-time, that I mentioned in the amendment layout. And so that's how it would work. It would work just the same as how compensation and allotments travel today.
So you just brought on a couple other questions. You said $45 per student, correct?
That's right.
Let me go a little further. So with the new HB2, you know, it's often said how little Texas spends per student, per dollar per student in the state of Texas. With HB2, let me advance you a little further. With HB2, how much roughly are we spending per student overall now? Overall, how much is the state of Texas spending per student per dollar per student now, roughly? If my calculations, what we've been talking about amongst our colleagues group is right, is it somewhere roughly north of 17,000? Is that correct? Per student?
Yes, when you take nearly $100 billion and you extrapolate that across 5.4 plus million students, you end up north of $17,700. Now, this bill represents an additional $566 per student. So, yes, it's a significant investment in our schools on a, if you want to break it down to a per student basis, it's historic.
So we're probably no longer in the bottom half of the country with this significant increase now, right? Wouldn't you say? We should probably be in the top 25% of the country now, if not the top 10%.
On per student funding?
Yes, sir.
Well, we're going to reach different milestones on student funding, per student funding, and on teacher pay averages. Of course, we're towards the top of the nation on starting teacher salaries.
Can you say that again? Would you say that again? Say it loud.
We're towards the top of the nation ranking on starting teacher salaries now. When we move forward with this bill, it will even increase further the amount of dollars that we're committed to each individual student total, which is between $12,500 and $16,000 a student on average across the state of Texas. And to look at it as far as members, the total amount of funding we're putting into public education, 10 years ago, we were at $44 billion. 10 years later, in 2025, we will be at just over $96 billion with only 100,000 more students in that 10 years. So, Senator Miles, across the board, the funding that we're putting into public schools has been tremendous.
And that's something to be proud of and to be congratulated. But let me digress and go back to how this allotment is going to work. And I heard you explain it, but you know, I've always got to ask you to break it down and kind of explain it so the people back home can get an understanding, because it's for them. We understand it here in our body, but it's for them. So I kind of want them to understand back home. So help me break this down Senator Creighton, would it be up to the discretion of the superintendent or the administrators of the school district to administer the money to our auxiliary staff? And I heard you say it, break it down technically, but can we break it down so they'll understand back home? Can you do that for me? You think?
Yes, in our exchange, we talked about how this $500 million investment for our auxiliary staff, for those that are not teaching in the classroom, but as you mentioned, our bus.
And let's verify something.
Yeah.
That's going to include our part-time employees, as Senator Mendez explained.
You're doing a great job making sure intent is clear in the record. It's our full-time, it's our part-time employees, our bus drivers, our custodians, our counselors, those that day in and day out make, the secretarial staff, those that day in and day out make the school run efficiently.
Now, how's it work for them?
So it would travel to the districts through the money man, right, or woman, the CFO, in the form of a $45 allotment per student in that school, and that would be converted into additional compensation for those employees.
Okay, and closing down here, how can we guarantee that our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, and our custodians will be getting these raises after the allotment is created? And Senator Creighton, is there a mechanism or any type of provision in this bill that's going to guarantee the raises for those particular staffers?
Yes, Senator Miles, as I mentioned prior, this allotment specifically prescribes, it's very prescriptive on exactly who is covered by these additional monies.
And
how do we guarantee?
Yeah.
For the school districts.
How are we going to guarantee it?
For the school districts to be following the law correctly, they would follow the directions laid out in this allotment for how this $500 million would be spent. And it's even so clear that it makes sure that upper level administration, that it's clear that they are not included in the disbursement of these monies. And so for our food service staff, our custodians, bus drivers, administrative assistants, and other support staff that are mentioned, part-time and full-time, they are the recipient of this allotment.
You know, Senator Creighton, I want to thank you again. I think it's paramount for me, and I believe it's paramount for you and all of our colleagues that worked and contributed to this, that our bus drivers, our custodial staff, and our food service, and our administrative assistant and other support staff, that makes our lives and our children's lives in school easier, you know, from cities like El Paso to Dallas and from Brenham to Houston. I think this is going to be a monumental, a paramount bill, and like you said earlier in your opening, this is going to be historical and is going to change the way that education is viewed and financed in the great state of Texas. This has been great. The work has been done, but I think this allotment is just a start. We've got a lot more work to do on this and just to keep the steady. And again, Senator Creighton, I just want to thank you. Thank you for being open. Thank you for being transparent. Thank you for, as you say, I'm listening. As you always say, I'm listening. And colleagues, you know, we've got to thank ourselves for being patient with Senator Creighton. We've all been patient to see this day come and been patient for the last couple of days. But job well done, yeoman's work. And this is something that we can all go home, I think, and tell our colleagues that we have changed the face of educational finance in the state of Texas. Job well done, sir.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Absolutely yield.
Senator Creighton, it's been great working with you on another education bill. here in the Texas State Senate. And I'm not going to be redundant, but what I want to do is to talk just a bit about the ABC allotment again. Now, I want to talk to you about all of the allotments. Yes, the $55 allotment that we had in the bill, but the new allotments, the restructuring of our finance system, had we not placed those new allotments in this particular bill, how would that money have flowed?
How would the money flow?
Yeah, would it have gone into the basic allotment?
Yes, great question. No, as for the allotments that we've been talking about, which you mentioned the ABC allotment, and we're talking with that allotment about assistance with basic costs,
right,
for the district, and that would be examples of transportation, health insurance, TRS contributions, utilities, hiring retired teachers. Those types of costs, the districts they haven't found with the prior restructuring of the budget that they had a comfort zone with being able to handle those specific needs. So we have created an allotment for those specific needs, and we've placed $1.2 billion of dedicated funding just in that allotment alone, a tremendous amount of dollars, and that represents $106 per student. Per student. And so just as we see allotments and how they work prior to this bill, based on a certain amount of dollars for students. For instance, we've passed curriculum legislation in the past where there was a $40 allotment per student and $20 for separate for printing.
All right, now hold your point there for 1 second.
That's right.
As it relates to how money flows, what's the difference from ADA and the money flowing per student? Can you explain that? Average daily attendance and the money flowing per student.
So traditionally, you and I have talked a lot about average daily attendance and how the dollars flow, correct? And we've had a lot of discussions on whether or not traditional public schools should make a change to enrollment-based funding.
Exactly.
We have not made that change with the basic allotment, but with the new allotment that we're talking about on fixed cost, we have made that change to enrollment-based funding.
And that ends up being per student, correct?
Per student enrolled, correct.
What about the other allotments? Is it flowing, and I don't know whether it's flowing per student or ADA?
The staff salary allotment is still based on average daily attendance.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about safety. What do we do as it relates to school districts had been complaining about not having adequate resources in order to deal with issues concerning student safety. What do we do in this particular bill concerning that?
Your question was about safety and what do we do in the legislation related to safety. We have over $400 million dedicated for safety to flow to the districts. So in particular, if prior legislation that we passed requiring officers on campus have not quite compensated for the amount it would take for those officers to be employed, this legislation and the safety money and the safety dollars that would travel would further assist with making sure that an officer is able to be on each and every campus, and that if there was a burden to the district when we first passed that policy, this would be an offset to those burdens to make sure those goals could be accomplished to keep our campuses safe.
Work with me on this. On the second page of the amendment, item 40. Look at item 40. What does that mean when it says modified school safety allotment funding?
Well, we have for safety, we have $33,500 dedicated per campus, and
Sorry, how much is that? How much is that again?
$33,500 dedicated and a $20 allotment based on average daily attendance.
Is that an increase from where we are right now per campus and per student?
That is an increase.
And so that gives additional resources to schools in order to deal with safety-related issues on our campuses, correct?
It absolutely does. And the leaders on this floor that have worked in making sure that our schools are safer, Senator Nichols, Chairwoman Huffman, many of the leaders on this floor that have worked to make our schools safe, including yourself, this would be an increase from before on the dollars that are flowing to our schools to make sure our campuses are safe.
I'm getting ready to sit down because we've talked this for about the last couple of hours. I know you need to get some, I guess you could say, rest your voice. But when we begin to look at the restructuring that's being done, everything is not flowing through the basic allotment anymore. We have different allotments specified for specific purposes. And a question that I've asked you before is, how do we make certain that monies that we have put aside for teacher incentive allotments, for retention allotments, for ABC, et cetera, how do we make certain that that money goes to where it's supposed to go?
So the allotments are very prescriptive in how they're used, as Senator Miles and I had an exchange and discussed on exactly who those particular pay raise dollars can flow through, that as those dollars arrive on a per student allotment basis through their CFOs for those districts, and as the C-suite, the superintendent and the CFO in that office works together to make sure that they're complying with the language in this legislation in HB2.
Every allotment that we have, prescriptive allotment that we have, will be monitored by TEA to make certain that the money is going to where it's supposed to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, the districts have third-party audits required for the districts annually, and there is a TEA component that's tied together with review as well.
I tell you what, thank you very much for this work. I look forward to giving a green card and co-sponsoring this with you, and I look forward to continuously working with you on education initiatives. Thank you.
Senator West, your work on the Education Committee K through 16 and your work through your entire career in the education space has left an incredible footprint, and I appreciate our working relationship and working constantly to try to make these bills better. Thank you, sir.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Will Senator yield for questions?
Senator Creighton, will you yield?
I'll yield.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. Thank you for your hard work on House Bill 2. And here, this is an issue that we've been working on throughout the session, and that's dealing with some of the rural school districts where the appraised value that is set by the county appraisal district doesn't match the appraisal value that the comptroller's office sets. And there's a difference of 5%. And those schools lose large amounts of money just because there's not a matching appraisal district, county appraisal district that fits within the comptroller's estimate. And I know you listed several allotments and listed what the cost they cover, the types of costs, but I'm more focused right now just on this question on dealing with some of the rural districts. And I know not only impacts my Senate district, but there are other school districts throughout the state that have the same challenges in trying to make up the difference in lost revenue they had when the appraised value that's set by the comptroller's office doesn't match the appraised value by the county appraisal district.
Yes, Senator Hinojosa, you and I have had some great conversations, mainly because you've brought this issue to me several times throughout the session. I know that Senator Betancourt has a bill in our committee right now that we're not just letting sit. We have it on the top priority list for our current agenda. Trey Martinez Fisher in the House is the House author, and it is specific to the issues you're talking about on the impact of these property valuation studies and exactly how we provide relief to our districts. Of course, we're providing never before historic dollars to our districts. Again, this isn't just a rival to House Bill 3 in 2019. It's really beyond that, because the cost of this bill continues to travel biennium to biennium to biennium because of the increase codified in the teacher pay raises and how it grows. But we're going to have to continue to work together on the impact of these property valuation studies. The different decisions that you mentioned are made through the comptroller. Sure may depend on who the next comptroller is, you know. That's always something that might be interesting for all of us to consider, and we need to continue to work together to make sure that we have an idea of not just what that impact displays through a study like this, but that we act quickly to make decisions based on a study like that. And I think we'll jump on that very quickly in this interim when this bill passes.
The House had a part of the House Bill 2 had set aside about $60 million.
That's right.
To help some of the rural schools transition as they lost funding because of the difference in the appraised value by the county as compared to the comptroller's office. Is there any funds that is discretionary that the school districts, the rural school district can use to be able to cover at least some of that gap?
Well, our rural school districts, Senator Hinojosa, they're benefiting from HB2 as much as any category of districts in the state. We've certainly got a weighted lift for their formulas to help them. We've got a burden shift off of those districts as they have the basic allotment currently and the freedom to use that basic allotment. Members, remember, we're lifting guardrails currently off of the basic allotment so that basic allotment can be used with ultimate flexibility by our districts as we're lifting a burden shift away from the basic allotment for those districts that you just mentioned, Senator Hinojosa, by giving a permanent teacher pay raise. That's going to free up the basic allotment for adjustments and offsets that are needed whenever there's an impact from a property value study or a related cost that was not anticipated by these districts. And separate from that, the new ABC fixed cost allotment, it doesn't cover that example in particular, but because it covers so many other necessary fixed costs for the district, again, that basic allotment remains unencumbered for exactly the reasons you're talking about.
So I guess since we're taking off the guardrails on the basic allotment funding, the school district will be able to use that for whatever they identify as a priority need on their particular school district.
Well, when we're talking about those districts that you mentioned that are hit the hardest on an example like that, we're putting $318 million, by example, into small and mid-sized districts on an increase of funding. And that is just historic. So when you see the runs on those districts, you see the fiscal impact, and you see the burden that we're lifting off of the use of the current BA, current basic allotment. I think you'll find some relief there that you're looking for, but that's not the end of the story. As we continue forward with a bill like Senator Betancourt has before the committee right now, on that exact property valuation study impact and the consequences, I think from both ends, we're satisfying those needs immediately.
And one more question on this issue. That is that maybe some of the county appraisal districts really need to be reformed, where they keep continuously coming way below the comptroller's estimate of the appraised value of the property in a particular county, which really then sets the school district, becomes underfunded. And then the state's got to step in to make up the difference. And in the meantime, the appraisal district continues to underfund, undervalue the property that causes the school district to not receive its proper funds that is needed to educate our students.
Well, and you and I both know there are appraisal districts that are undervaluing property. There are appraisal districts all over the state that many feel are overvaluing property. And we've got to reconcile these differences. It's very complex in how it affects our schools. But we can accomplish all of these and more together with the bills like HB2 and with the legislation I mentioned that's in committee right now on the consequences and the impact. And as we continue to make these adjustments, I'll work together with you on this subject.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. And I always believe that education is the best equalizer we have in our society. So thank you for your hard work on House Bill 2.
You've always said that about education as you've referenced it on the floor, and I appreciate your contributions and your comments, your input on the bill to make it better, and always being very thoughtful in how you've approached with different things to consider on how we can always improve these policies for our schools and our students and our teachers.
Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I certainly yield.
Well, Senator Creighton, thank you so much for your incredible leadership in this process. It's been a long journey, and we're all very grateful for where we are tonight. I just had a couple of questions to go through and just kind of reaffirm a couple of things. First and foremost, if you look over the course of the decade, so here we are in 2025, you go back a decade, we have increased public school funding $52 billion in the decade. I want to just confirm that number with you as our chair of education here in the Senate. About roughly $52 billion in the decade.
That's correct, Senator Parker. You know, our members get feedback often from certain stakeholders in the media around the state that we're underfunding public schools. Many of those state rankings don't account for the fact, state by state by state, that we have half the share as a local property tax and half of the funding from the state.
That's right.
So when you see that there is a state by state by state ranking on how state funds compare per pupil, it's not the whole story, as you and I both know. So that $50+ billion that we have dedicated in addition over 10 years to our public schools, from $44 billion to nearly $100 billion total, 96, 98, wherever we are now. That difference in just 10 short years represents only an additional barely over 100,000 new students out of 5.4 million. It's incredible as a lift.
Oh, it really is. And then if you look at the numbers, the total package here, this is an $8.5 billion new money package for public schools. Is that right? $8.5 billion is the new number. I know we were closer to $8 billion a couple days ago. Now it's about $8.5 billion. Is that right, Senator?
That's correct. We had a historic bill, House Bill 3 in 2019, but that bill had some hold harmlesses in it. That bill also had, nearly, I believe, $8 billion celebrated as well. But the difference in this bill is it's not an $8.5 billion bill. We're putting $4.2 billion into teacher pay raises that are permanent. When you feed the basic allotment and the schools create a pay raise, that's not permanent. They just hold at that level. But this bill codifies a cup to be filled statutorily with a dedicated amount from here forward. So 10 budgets from now, there's another $45 billion associated with this legislation. It is absolutely unrivaled and historic on behalf of our teachers.
I think that's such a key point, and I think the teachers are going to feel it, Senator Creighton. They're going to feel it in their paycheck, the ability to take care of their families. We've already addressed tonight making certain that they have more control and feel safer in the classroom, but now they're going to have the ability to have the respect that they deserve, to have the income that they deserve, to be able to enjoy their life and take care of their family when they're first and foremost taking care of so many precious kids every day. Is that not right?
That's absolutely correct. We want to stand for our teachers. We've been listening to what they've been telling us on safety, on compensation, on validation from their administrators, and what keeps their heart and mind and their passion for being in the classroom. And we all know that we're standing for all employees in this bill on campus, but we also know that we are at risk of hemorrhaging our public classroom teachers, losing them, especially our experienced ones, into another profession if we don't act quickly on this entire package of bills out of the Education Committee. Safer classrooms, better compensation that's permanent, more validation for what they expect in the day-to-day life of their experience as a teacher. Some of that we're taking as recommendations from the Teacher Vacancy Task Force. And we're meeting the challenge on every single one of their top priority requests. Texas teachers will feel the support of the Texas legislature from here forward, and they should.
Absolutely. And historically, aside from what we just discussed and all the funding, you know, the new money typically is $2 to $3 billion that we would appropriate in a legislative cycle. And so the fact that this is so much larger, it is truly historic and it's unprecedented. But let's talk about beyond the dollars, the top line and all these figures. What we were hearing from, and I want to thank all of the school districts in SD12 and all the school districts across Texas that would reach out to, and their individual senators that would reach out to you, and I want to thank you for listening to all of us as members when we come to you and talk, Senator, about the concerns we were hearing from our districts, because you were open, had an open door policy to listen to those concerns. And that's the reason why we are where we are on this very amendment here tonight, right now, is because you've been listening. We've had caucus meetings. We've had caucus of the whole meetings where we had every Republican and every Democrat on this floor sharing their concerns and talking about education and this specific bill. We've had partisan caucuses where the Republican caucus has gotten together and talked about this bill, and you've taken our input, our concerns, to craft it to get to where it is today. And so I just want to thank you for that, because our districts needed flexibility. And this additional new fund is going to give them the flexibility that they need to take care of their buses, to take care of the additional costs associated with gas, and to take care of additional insurance costs, and so forth, so much of which, frankly, is due to inflation. And the inflation that we have been dealing with the last couple of years due to runaway spending in D.C. And so I just want to thank you for listening to the school districts that I'm blessed to represent in SD12, to every member on this floor, to all of us, because it's made a tremendous difference, I believe tonight, in the future of education, that the districts are getting the flexibility that they need to operate while at the same time taking care of our teachers and all of our staff, and at the same time making certain that our priority in Texas, in this body, will always be public education. We know it's the great equalizer. We know that we wouldn't have this country we have today without having this type of high-quality public education system in Texas that has lifted so many for so many generations. So I just want to thank you. It's a great day for Texas education. Thank you for your leadership, Senator Creighton.
Senator Parker, as our caucus chair, Senator Alvarado, as your counterpart, caucus chairman, you two working together, bringing our caucuses together, Dean Zaffarini chairing the caucus of the whole, all of the collaboration that's gone into this bill to stand for what will be the equivalent if you if you calculated the equivalent dollar impact to the basic allotment, for instance, for our districts, it would be a $400 to a nearly $1,100 equivalent increase to the basic allotment. But what we're talking about in this historic restructuring is really going to be so meaningful for our students and our teachers, driving dollars to the classroom.
Absolutely.
So thank you for your comments and your hard work on the committee to make sure that this bill got even better. And thank you for your remarks as we are entering a new day. It takes some time to digest a new structure, but the historic nature of these dollars and the reach that they will have for everyone on that campus in any particular school, in any particular school district, will from here forward be just incredible, long-standing impact that will ultimately result in student outcomes to help Texas lead in education for the nation.
Absolutely. Well, thank you on behalf of all of us and on behalf of all of our incredible districts that have been sharing their concerns. Thank you for listening to all of us. Thank you, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Senator Parker.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Clarifications of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, you know, this with a bill this big, 90 pages, the original, and another 22 pages on the amendment.
Right.
$8.5 billion. As you can imagine, there's a lot of there's some folks who are concerned, nervous with the details.
Yes.
And so I want to just clarify something on the $55 basic allotment, and whether or not it's new money. My understanding that money has come from the golden pennies. That's correct. Is that?
That's a yield from the existing golden pennies. That's right.
And so, if that particular yield, that finance system provides that particular yield for schools at the 96th percentile of property wealth. Does that change in the bill, or does that stay at the 96th percentile?
That's correct. That stayed the same, and we set the weights at $1.29.
Okay. And so a district gets to keep, if I understand this correctly, anything above the yield, correct? They get to keep anything above that?
That's correct.
So then, as their wealth increases, they continue to receive the increase over time. And for districts that are below the 96%, then we start to separate, I guess, what we would call the equity in the finance. There seems to be a gulf that we create between wealthy districts who will see increase in their funding and those their funding has been frozen at 96%. Is that the way the bill, as you see it, will work?
Yes, golden pennies do play a role in providing relief for property poor districts. That's accurate, but it's also true that we have many other parts of our formulas that benefit low-income districts.
Okay.
And so the comp ed allotment, the early ed allotment, the weighted average daily attendance, I certainly understand the concern, and we talk a lot about fairness. And I know you've been a champion for working hard to make sure that district by district by district, that these students have what they need and that fairness is there.
Well, I hope that if 2 years, if the voters send us back and we're here to talk about this, that if there's any discrepancies, that we can find ways to close that, because it shouldn't depend on a child's zip code, what level of education they attain, and I'm sure you agree with me on that.
I agree with you. We have many robust conversations about this. Last session, the state put in over $2.3 billion into the golden penny yield. That was roughly the equivalent of around a $250 increase in the basic allotment. But again, when you're talking about the variations of districts with need and the differences in property valuations or just impact in general, and making sure our students have what they need compared to those other districts that certainly have what they need. I'm with you. It's been, a half a century of a conversation there on how to get this right. And I just want to say further that I don't relax and rest on court rulings. You know what I mean by that?
do know
I'm not
exactly.
looking at this as a minimum. I'm not
appreciate
looking at this issue as what, as a legislator or a policymaker, we could sort of just rest on the current rulings being that the formulas are equitable. I'm committed to always having this conversation with you on how we can be better. And I think that that's what your challenge probably to me would be.
I definitely appreciate that. And that's a concern where I see on page 86 of the bill, there's it's a section that says here, Commissioner has authority to resolve unintended consequences on line 37. And I'm kind of curious because that section allows a TEA commissioner to adjust school district's formula funding if there's an unanticipated loss, gain, or other result for the district. Is this just, do you envision this just to be a hold harmless, or does this refer to the commissioner equalizing funds across school districts by adjusting their tax rates? Because I think it goes further to say they can adjust the tax rate elections if necessary. I don't know if you could walk me through that. Now, the good news is that he has to justify and provide an explanation to the legislature in order to make the changes necessary to resolve the unintended consequences. And there is that section expires in September 1st of 2027. So I'm just curious, was that put in there in case there were any unintended consequences? I'm just curious. Could you walk me through that?
The answer I would assume would be yes on the unintended consequences part, but there needs to be an appropriate provision in there where when we're not in session, obviously for a year and a half, and there's impact, that certainly there needs to be a check and balance on who's making decisions like that. But it is included in House Bill 3 from 2019, a similar provision. The House version of HB 2, when it came over, it was included in that legislation, and it does require LBB approval to be ultimately signed off on.
Very good. I saw that. Mr. Chairman, on the finance side, I think this is the last question. I believe in your amendment on the school safety allotment, you move it to subchapter D, which I'm being told adjusts how much a district receives through their weighted average daily attendance. And when that happens, it's my understanding it decreases the amount of Tier 2 funding. And that Tier 2 funding is the money that the district receives as a benefit of any recent elections or investments the community's decided to make through a tax ratification election. I'm just curious, why would we want to decrease the amount of funding that the community has decided to elect to give their districts?
We're working on that in particular, Senator Menendez. It's been brought to our attention. We're planning on not having much to do in third reading on this legislation, but we're planning on addressing that in third reading.
I appreciate that. I just, I know that you wouldn't do anything intentionally to harm, but just like the other little mistake or inadvertent omission of the property and casualty insurance that we found on the amendment.
And that's very important. That's obviously something that I don't want, anything misconstrued in this historic bill for how we create these new allotments, especially those fixed cost allotments that we have property and casualty included, but also those other costs, TRS, impact, transportation, utilities. Those things hit our districts hard. They're directly tied to overall cost for the country, for inflation. Of course, the state of Texas, we do not have our dollars adjusted for inflation. Right. So when we hear about inflation adjusted dollars or nothing as a request, it's difficult for us as appropriators because that's not being done for us. But on the fix that you're talking about in particular, we're going to work together on that in third reading as we approach whenever third reading is for this bill.
I appreciate that. Last thing I need to wrap up here, dyslexia. That you had a dyslexia grant. It seems like it may have somehow, I don't know if it was moved somewhere, but I don't know if the dyslexia grant program, I didn't see it. And I don't know if it didn't make the cut or if it's being moved in somewhere else in the special ed funding. Could you help me on that?
Well, as you've seen, the special education dollars have been historic this entire session.
$800 million.
That's exactly right. Of course, that's up a significant amount from when it left the Senate floor and traveled to the House. There's been some negotiations with different numbers, but we ended up at an incredible number in that regard. And we're close to 850, I'm told, on that number.
Okay, very good.
It also includes evaluation dollars to be covered for if those evaluations requested by parents to see if a child is dyslexic. There's $1,000 in that funding stream to make sure that that's covered. We've seen that trajectory in Senate Finance increased at an incredible pace, an alarming pace. We're making sure from vision screening to certain evaluations related to potential special needs in education that we can understand quickly what type of challenges any particular child might have, and so that other parents know, and that we can all work together to address those challenges. And yes, that would be covered across the board.
Appreciate that. The last point, you and I you may remember from our committee, the fine arts professors and the student, Dash Koska, the UT student who was in the band, who gave us a testimony. And I have a constituent who is a musician and believes strongly in fine arts education.
Yes.
We've got about 1.9 million students across the state of Texas in fine arts. As HB2 came over from the House, it had about $15 million capped in their fine arts allotment. It was about $8 a student. Is there any way that we might possibly look into directing fine arts investment somehow? It's something that, because we know these kids who are in fine arts, whether it's band, whether it's whatever, they tend to graduate at a higher rate. And so it's a small investment. I would just hate for our schools to completely do away with what's already a small investment and a meaningful one that could keep, as we heard, a lot of students will go to school because they want to be in sports or FFA or and some of them, it's fine arts. It's the way they can express themselves.
Senator Menendez, you and I heard powerful testimony in committee about how from some of our students and former students that testified that the very relevance that kept them in their studies and in their sort of path in academics and ultimately led them to excel was directly tied to fine arts, and one in particular that became a music teacher later. And I know you both had a great exchange. We don't have that particular allotment created in HB2, but I can just tell you on behalf of our schools, the fact that we have shifted billions and billions of dollars of burden off of the basic allotment from what was used previously, and we've created additional separate allotments for fixed costs and auxiliary employees. We're hoping that that burden shift will free up those dollars to not just invest $15 million in an $8 billion bill, but invest significant big dollars in that effort. If you're hearing from your schools that's still not happening, if I'm hearing from mine or our other members, we'll work together to make sure. But I think most school districts that I'm talking to, they're protecting their fine arts departments.
So let's agree on this, and I'll drop this. If they cut fine arts, let's come back in 2 years and we'll make it a requirement out of the funds allocated.
I'll work with you on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I appreciate you advocating for that particular space or discipline, because it's very important to me. It's very important to all of us that all of our students have extracurricular options that make their heart beat and that they could pursue later as a career or just enjoy as an offset to calculus, and whatever gets them through those tough days in subjects that aren't necessarily their favorite, but it's leading them all in a general curriculum path that, for instance, participating in music or choir would be a wonderful blessing as an addition. So thank you for that, Senator Menendez.
Senator Kokos, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question or two.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Of course.
Senator Creighton, it seemed like maybe years ago, it's just a few months ago, you and I stood here and we debated our public schools, and you and I both are products of public schools, and our children have gone to Montgomery High School. Right now, I think Cannon's at Montgomery, or is he at Lake Creek?
At Lake Creek, that's
At
right.
Lake Creek. And my children, products of public high school as well. And so is your daughter. And I want to thank you, first of all, because of your statement that you said, and everybody's echoed this, that you've listened. I think when you saw me coming, you would run in the last 2 or 3 weeks, because I'd be like,
Never.
Senator, I don't think we've got it right yet. I don't think we've got it right yet.
Of course, I'd never run because I know you'd catch me.
Well, I want to thank you for the many questions. In the members' lounge just Friday, I read you an email that I just received from an assistant superintendent at Waller ISD, who I actually, his son grew up with Jake, and he had several concerns, and I literally read you the email. And we discussed that email, and I called Paul Aschenbeck on Saturday morning, and we talked for almost an hour. And we talked about the different parts of how HB2 was and what you were working on. And through what you're working on in these amendments, I am just so grateful that I think you're addressing that. I just want to ask a couple of questions. I look on page 15, and it talks about the school safety allotment. And Senator Nichols, I served as your vice chair after the tragedy at Uvalde when we came up with the school allotments. And what I'm seeing on this amendment is basically we're doubling. We're going from $10 for each student in average daily attendance to $20.
That's correct.
Probably most important for rural school districts is the campus allotment.
That's right.
Because they don't have enough students to generate the money to have the resource officers. So it appears that in this amendment, we go from 15,000 a campus to 33,540.
That's correct.
And that's going to be significant. I looked throughout this amendment, which was in part of your House Bill too, and the teacher pay raises are here. Your new support staff retention allotment are in here. You made a statement that you said if we had dumped all of this into basic allotment, it would be from what range to what range instead of the $55 that I continue to hear. What is it really meaning right now with, is it $8.5 billion?
It's now $8.5 billion for the total bill. If we poured that investment in our public schools all into the basic allotment, which again, that's not the structure we're going with. We're going with a structure that helps teachers, that will drive student outcomes, that will keep schools safe, that will lift special education students, many different strategies, as well as pay raises that are permanent for teachers. That none of that would have happened if we would have just relied on the basic allotment. Would have been a pay raise, wouldn't have been permanent, wouldn't have permanently grown over time. So what would the equivalent dollar for dollar amount be as an impact on the basic allotment from this bill? It would be between a $400 and an $1,100 impact, Senator Kolkhorst and members, to our districts, and it would be on average an $1,100 to $2,800 per student impact, which is historic.
Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank Chairman Buckley. I certainly want to thank the Lieutenant Governor, who has been in every negotiation. I know y'all were going 10 and 12 hours a day. We were talking in between. Speaker Burrows was involved. I know that there were several House members involved as well as senators. You had to deal with all 30 of us.
Yeah.
And so I want to thank you for that. Lastly, a quick question. We were discussing when you and I came in as freshmen in 2015, how much were we putting into public education? And with this investment, how much will it end up being?
Senator Kolkhorst, when you and I came into the Senate in 2015, we were investing $44 billion into public education. 10 years later, this year, we will be north of $96 billion in public education, over $50 billion more in just 10 years for 100,000 plus more students out of over 5.4 million. Not a tremendous growth in the number of students.
But a tremendous investment in our public schools.
Absolutely.
And so, again, I want to thank you. I look forward to your other amendments. This one being your first and probably most clarifying one. I know that there'll be other tweaks to this. I look forward to working with you as any school finance bill, and I just, for a visual, for the optics, with the analysis and the bill, that's a lot of bill. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of words, but hopefully it will be meaningful to the most important people in the system of our public schools, which are the children, creating the workforce of tomorrow. And how we do that is having very talented people in our school district impacting those lives. And I think that committee substitute to House Bill 2 with the work of you and Chairman Buckley, Speaker Burrows, the Lieutenant Governor, and all the members of the Texas House and the Texas Senate, I think we're going to have great outcomes going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Kolkhorst, for your input and your work, always standing for public schools and teachers, and thank you for helping us to improve this bill and make it better.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Oh, stamp, wait, back up. We're going to back up a minute.
Senator Creighton moves to reconsider the vote by which floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Is there objections?
Senator Creighton moves to reconsider the vote by which floor amendment number 1 was adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Following amendment to the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2, amending floor amendment number 1.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Members, this is an amendment to amendment number 1, consistent with the exchange Senator Menendez and I had to make sure that this new fixed cost allotment that we are creating, that it includes property and casualty insurance to the allotment for basic costs. So currently that new allotment allows school districts flexibility to take care of transportation and utilities and TRS costs. It would also make sure that it's very clear our intent is to cover property and casualty insurance. Senator West. Thank you very much, members. Move adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Now, members, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1 as adopted. As amended. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 2 previously required students to complete math academies in grades K through 8. This amendment reduces the requirement to K through 3, reflecting negotiations with the House. I move passage.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 3. Hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 4 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment removes any changes to our accountability system within the bill so that those deal points can be negotiated in House Bill 4 that Senator Bettencourt will be handling. I'll move passage.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 4? Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 5 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I've been discussing this amendment with Chairman Creighton and his team, and my concern was that there are a few portions of the code impacting students with disabilities. I've received feedback on how we possibly could improve this. First, there's a provision requiring the school districts push out information regarding the state-supported living centers as an optional placement for families to consider. And as I mentioned in my conversation with Senator Creighton, since the legislature already passed House Bill 1188, which I misspoke, hasn't been signed, it has been sent to the governor, the Handley Act, which would require parents get the information on placements into adulthood. This section has become redundant and is removed in this amendment to make sure we're passing clear, consistent policy this session. So that's what this amendment does, is remove that. Secondly, the eligibility for non-educational community-based support in the House and Groves version, including support for families at risk of having to change placements. This support was primarily for these folks, as changing placements is very disruptive to students and families' life, and we want to keep our families in our communities whenever possible. The Senate committee substitute narrowed the eligibility to those already in residential placements, and so this amendment's a cost-neutral return to the House language to capture the population of students most in need of this funding. And as I read it, I was still thinking this might be able to help improve, just because we don't want to disrupt the families who are already, and so, but I'm going to leave it to the will of the author. I do believe that this helps, and this is in working with the disability community. So, Mr. Chairman, it's up to you.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Menendez is always standing up for the disability community and students that have definite and specific challenges. We don't see any conflict in the bill in this regard, and we have historic funding in place for these students, and for that, I would move to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just withdraw the amendment. We don't have to go through it.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Thank you.
Members, floor amendment number 5 is withdrawn. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 6 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
There's an extra one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill, House Bill 2, is an incredible bill to support our teachers in preparation and early learning improvements, which is desperately needed by all of our schools. And we've been back and forth about changes to the allotments and generated and for emergent bilingual students, including increases to the bilingual education allotment and using some of the early education allotment to fund full-day pre-K statewide. One thing that I believe would provide the full package of support for our school districts would be to include more support infrastructure for bilingual education. It will not impact the cost of the bill There were several recommendations from House Bill 560, Strategic Plan for Bilingual Education, that would be instrumental in making bilingual education more consistent statewide and would go a long way to support the teachers who were providing instructions. They were passed out of the House as House Bill 1581 this session, relate to bilingual training and monitoring. Members, this isn't just about emergent bilingual students. It's about every student who takes a required language course in our schools. This amendment is cost neutral to the legislation. We know it's already acceptable in the House. It passed, and I would hope that Senator Creighton would find this amendment favorable. I move adoption.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, and again, I understand Senator Menendez's hard work in this space, and he's been working with House authors, but with this carefully negotiated bill with House negotiators and House and Senate leadership, I would move to oppose the amendment simply because we have not agreed to include it.
We'll withdraw the amendment, Mr. President. We don't need to put the members through it.
Senator Menendez moves to withdraw floor amendment number 6. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 7 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, under House Bill 2, we're laying out a framework to try to eliminate uncertified teachers by 2030 in our traditional public schools. It is an important goal. It will not only stretch our state's investments because these teachers will stay in the profession, it will also support students' learning because we know students lose months of learning in rooms with uncertified teachers. And one of the things I have struggled to understand is why would we not set those same standards for our public charter schools as well? They receive the same investments under this bill. The amendment simply brings charter schools in line with every other public school so that by 2030, any Texas public traditional or charter school would not need to ask for a waiver to hire an uncertified teacher on an individual basis and provide justification why they are qualified for the role. Members, this simply tells our constituents, regardless if you go to a traditional public school or you go to a charter school, a charter public school, you will have a certified teacher by the year 2030. I move adoption of floor amendment number 7.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had some thoughtful deliberation on this amendment and the concepts behind it. At this time, with charter schools having increased accountability and certainly parents are going to make sure those charters have certified teachers in every extent possible. At this time, we're going to reserve maximum scarce dollars for our traditional public schools in this certification effort and review this policy at a later date. For that, I would oppose the amendment.
Mr. President, I'll withdraw the amendment. I have one more. Maybe he'll find that one acceptable.
Floor amendment number 7 is withdrawn. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment. Senator Menendez.
Floor amendment number 8 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me make sure I got the right one here. All right, this one is a very simple thing. Mr. President, members, this bill is going to spend a lot of money to help our school districts pay for their insurance and significantly increasing fixed costs for our districts are these costs. And so we've learned over the interim how we invest our insurance has a huge impact on how much our insurance costs. And so we can't go without property and casualty insurance. And so we have to make cuts to cost elsewhere, like personal resources. So this amendment is simply a study that would help our schools see how they could lower their insurance costs and make recommendations on how to improve property and health insurance in our education system. It is a bill and it is a study, and I think that would help us reduce our insurance costs, and I move adoption of floor amendment number 8.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Menendez makes great points about the necessity of looking into the impact of insurance costs on schools. Of course, we have this new fixed cost allotment that will help offset the rising costs of insurance costs, but we also have to study, members, the rising costs of insurance on not just schools, but our businesses, our families, impact across the board. And I'm committed to working with Senator Menendez immediately in the interim on exactly this so that we cover all categories of impact and bring solutions quickly in that regard. And for that, I would oppose the amendment.
Mr. President, I'll pull down the amendment so we don't have to waste. And the other three amendments, we'll just withdraw them at this time so that it's 11 o'clock and it's obvious I don't want to waste any more of the membership's time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Floor Amendment number 8 is withdrawn. Members, we're going to do third reading tomorrow, but if someone wishes to speak on the bill, do you want to speak on the bill now? You may, or do you want to wait until tomorrow? Anyone would like to speak on the bill now? If not, we can do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. You're recognized for a motion to engrossment? To third reading, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for your input and constant support in improving our public schools. Mr. President, I move passage to third reading on committee substitute for House Bill 2.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to third reading. We'll hold there. Following bills and resolutions on first reading in reference to committee, Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
House Bill 205 to Finance, House Bill 220 to State Affairs, House Bill 561 to Economic Development, House Bill 2078 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 2300 to State Affairs, House Bill 2652 to Economic Development, House Bill 3335 to Local Government, House Bill 3441 to State Affairs, House Bill 4212 to Natural Resources, House Bill 4879 to State Affairs, House Bill 5228 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 5616 to Economic Development.
Members, any announcements? Members, just an update on the schedule for tomorrow. We have a lot of committees that have lots of bills to hear, so we're going to move back our time to come in from 9 a.m. till noon. So that will give committees time to pass as many House bills for those of you here from the House as they can tomorrow morning. For announcements, Senator Betancourt.
Thanks, Mr. President. Local government committee is going to get their work done tonight. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 10, 11, 18, so the Senate Committee on Local Government can add the following bills to our previously posted agenda for our hearing this on Thursday, May 22nd, in the Betty King Room upon adjournment of this session. These are all district mud creation bills that refer to local government today. House Bill 5671, House Bill 5688, House Bill 5695. Mr. President and members, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services can hear the following bills tomorrow at a previous and added to a previously posted agenda. Friday, May 23rd, 2025 at 8 a.m. right here in the Senate chamber. House Bill 50 by Representative Vinton Jones, House Bill 632 by Representative Busey, House Bill 2399 by Representative Leo Wilson, House Bill 2542 by Representative Kitzelman, House Bill 2655 by Representative Oliverson, House Bill 3748 by Representative Manuel, House Bill 3750 by Representative Manuel, and House Bill 4070 by Representative Johnson. Mr. President and members, that's my motion.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Huffman.
Mr. President, thank you. I move to suspend Senate Rules 1110 and 1118 so that the Senate Committee on Finance can hear House Bill 3010, House Bill 3254, and House Bill 4144 at the committee's hearing tomorrow. And I move to change the posted time of 11 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. for finance members, 10:30 a.m. in the Senate Committee Finance.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110, 1118, so that Senate Committee on Water, Agriculture, Rural Affairs can hear House Bill 2078 by Representative Curtis. Additionally, I am changing the official posting time from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., so that committee will start at 8 a.m. in the morning.
I thought they were going to love you, but they don't love you that much, 7 to 8.
We got work.
Any objection to Senator Perry calling you in at 8 a.m. tomorrow? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rule 11.10 and Senate Rule 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Business and Commerce can take up the following bills on Friday, May 23rd at 8 a.m. in E1.028, House Bill 3320, House Bill 3778, House Bill 3923, House Bill 4233, and House Bill 5435. Mr. President, members, if there are no questions, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will reconvene in E1028 today, May 22nd at 11:40 p.m. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Any other announcements? Senator Nichols, you don't have a hearing tomorrow? Okay. The President's desk is clear. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 12 p.m. Friday, May 23rd.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands in recess until 12 p.m. Friday, May 23rd. Thank you, members.